9 dial in. One of two entries he's campaigning here today. He's on the lane side. Rankle be leaving first. That's Jason. 479's dead on one. He was 021 off the mark. Rankle, 508 on the 06 dial, and he was 30 green. Lynch covered him up by 300ths of a second. Justin Fordyce, he and his dad Bill. Two rookie drivers out here. Bill managed to go a round or two last evening and actually tattooed one of our former champions of the 50K race, Justin. Into Mr. Gasket Lane. And
Kevin Hack. It's another one of the Lake Louis Brew Crew cars. 488, 483 dial-in from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Better start here by 9,000ths of a second. Went to the rookie driver, and Justin's going to get the win. 460 with a 7, 145 mile per hour for a 100th of a second MOV. 483, Kevin Hack goes dead on with an 8, but he was 45 off the mark. Justin had a little better light. Helped him secure the win in that pair. Gary Williams, Rob Lutsky. He'll be our next pair. Williams on the lane side. Florida racer with a 514 dial in for the Overkill Motorsports car. And Rob Lutsky, 535 dial in. Mr. Gasket side. Problems for Rob Lutsky up the starting line as a dragster. Kind of stumbled as soon as he let the button go. Delay box, rather. As Rob didn't even make an underpower past the A-board, he comes to a stop about 300 feet down the racetrack. Williams, meanwhile, was 023 off the mark. Got down there close to the 8th mile, looked over his shoulder. Rob was nowhere to be found. He took his foot out of the throttle and hits the stripe at 5.67 seconds on that 514 dial-in. Nice and safe, 79 mile per hour. Coasted across the 8th mile finish line. So Gary will move on, and problems for Rob Lutsky. As Mike goes down there with our four-wheel drive Polaris. Give Rob a tow off the racetrack. We're in round number one here of our $10,000 main event. We're a dozen or so pairs into it. And again, I'm going to put the call out for silver drags. If I can talk, I'm going to put the call out for silver dragsters to the staging lanes here for round number one. Silver dragsters to the staging lanes for round number one. All right, Mike has turned around and heading back up here with the Ranger, and Rob apparently got the dragster fired, and he's cruising on down past the quarter-mile mark, and we'll make the swing down there to clear the racetrack, and Tad Rise and Matt Steiner will be our next pair. Matt Steiner, Tad Rise. Steiner into Mr. Gasket Lane with a 501 dial-in, Cedar Springs, Michigan. Tad Rise from Canal Fulton, Ohio. 509 dial-in on the Lane Automotive side of the racetrack. Tad's got the better start with an 013 light. He goes 510. One over at 131 mile per hour. 502, Matt Steiner.
He's won over at 134 after a 46 lane. Rise had the better start, got the whole shot, and got the win. Buddy Farrell, Bob Jennings. 200ths of a second to partner dial ends here. Farrell will be leaving first if everything goes according to schedule. 491 dial in versus the 89 for Jennings. Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Another pair of double O lights here. 489, 140 for a 5,000ths margin of victory. Jennings the winner. Buddy Farrell goes dead on 7. 491, 139, 15,000ths package. Gets spanked here in the first round. Ken Langlois, Jeremy McKeag, Chamois, Missouri. Danny Nelson Race Cars, 482 dial-in. Ken Langlois, Lang's Performance Transmission. That's Kenny's shop. Down there in Milan. Into Mr. Gasket Lane, 507 dial-in, 2.5 tenths difference in her handicap. Another run where there is no advantage here. 022s apiece. Win light on McKeag. 482 to 7. 137 mile an hour. Another dead on run. That's a 6,000ths margin of victory there. Kenny's won over at 508 at 136. Scott Hornline, Mr. Gasket side, Saginaw, Michigan. 489 dial-in. And Scott Taylor, Portage, Michigan. Ben Worthy car with a 497 dial will be on the lane side. Double O2 light for Taylor. The two Scots battling out here. Taylor, a much better light, goes 497. That's dead on, an 11,000ths package in that one. 129 mile per hour, takes a 400ths finish line. Hornline breaks out 488 with a 1. And unfortunately for Scott Hornline, he'll be our first 3 striker of the day. Left last, got to the stripe second, broke out. Not good. Chris Kunchier and Ron Michigan Racers be on the lane side. Blue Racecraft chassis. Good start for both drivers. LaCage and a double O's got the better light. Win light on Kunchier. 504, 137 mile per hour is 2 over. Ron breaks out. 529 with a 2 on the 30 dial-in. After a 006 reaction time. Doug Katina. Lake City, Minnesota. Mechanic over there with that Burgundy Dragster. 493 dial-in's going to get the win here as Troy Williams Jr. turns on the red ball by 3,000ths of a second. Then breaks out at the other end. 474, 147. Katina was 037 green. He goes 491 at 140. Mike Broomfield Jr., 461 dial-in, and 10 Irvin. He's on the lane side, Portland, Indiana. 490 dial-in, Bloomfield, 461, the Fairfield, Ohio racer. Double 07 and 015. Broomfield had the better light. Bloomfield's got the better finish in a double breakout. 460 with the 70s, 3 thou under. 489-1. Irwin, the Mosher cars, 9 thou under. 144 mile per hour for Mike Bloomfield after a 007 light. Gary Fleener. Jesse Leonard on the lane side. In Grove Heights, Minnesota. And Gary Fleener, the Ohioan, Mr. Gasket side. Transmission shop owner, 477 dial in. Leonard with a 484. Final start. Jess Leonard goes red by 100th of a second. Runs dead on with a 4. 477. Fleener's dead on with a 4 also. He was minus 005 under his green light in the interest of fair reporting. What I said before, when you're bracket racing, and you got the quicker car, it's always a good thing to let your opponent have the opportunity to make the first mistake. Who said there's not advantages in having a faster car? Worked out in that pass there for Gary Fleener because he's going to get a time slip with a great big W on it to move on to round number 2. Bob Koski. He's in the Mr. Gasket lane. And Caitlin Smith. 503 dial in for her dad. The insurance man. 505 dial in Koski. They're both in the teens. Caitlin's going to get it done. Dead on 3 with a 503 run when it was 131. 15 thousandths margin of victory there. Koski's one over at 506, 138 after a 19 light. Yeah, we just saw Caitlin. Now Dad Steve is up on the starting line to take on defending 2011 track champion here during our regular late automotive Mr. Gasket Point Series. Jeff Ledford, one of his 2 entries. Be on the lane side, Smith, 499. Jeff, 5 seconds flat, 100th of a second difference in the handicaps. They're leaving almost heads up. Oh, and Jeff, 29 thousandths by the light, gets the win. Double breakout here, 499.7, 136 on the 5 flat dial in. Smith, 1 under with a 0, 498 at 136. All right, Jenny Zednick, Mr. Gasket side, one of our regular racers here at Mid Michigan. And Wendell Barger Jr. from Kentucky on the lane side with a dragster. "17 lights on both sides. 1 light on Barger. He is dead on 3. 516. 131. Jenny matched him in reaction time. She's 3 off, though. 494 at 140 mile per hour. Mike Simons, Todd Brown, 496. Mr. Gasket Lane. Todd Brown, Mount Sterling, Kentucky. He's on the lane side with that really cool-looking blue and gray paint job there. Almost looks like the Kentucky skyline during the summertime. Or it could be the Michigan skyline, I guess. As long as blue sky's shining, life is good. 010 light, Todd Brown. And that cool-looking blue and silver paint job is going to be in the next round. 492, 135 mile per hour. Simons, 497's 1 over at 139. Is Cheney still in the house? Kurt. Yeah, he's down there on the fence. They still double entered? His name hasn't came up. It will. We were missing an X? We've got that established. Chris Baer, Doug Foucher, next pair. Mr. Gasket Lane, 477. And Doug Foucher, Temperance, Michigan, 495 dial in. Another cool-looking paint job on that dragster. It's got kind of like the table saw blade. Cutting its way through the black paint, leaving the red scallops on it. I like it. And apparently wherever Doug races regularly, they don't believe in courtesy staging. 495 dial in, no lane side. We're going to let it fly. Doug don't care. He's 004 off the starting line. 485, Chris Bear answers at the finish line. Takes him out, 130 mile per hour. Fulcher misses the number, 512, 131. All right, our next pair comes up. Yo, down there, 1,000 foot, golf cart, behind the fence. Please. Golf cart person down there at 1,000 foot for the scoreboard. We need you back behind the fence, or we'll be shutting cars off. Cannot be out there by the guardrail. We need the golf cart by the guardrail at 1,000 foot, back behind the fence, please. Must have his iPod on. There we go. Thank you. 490 dial in. Jeff Hera, Gabby Belridge, 046 off the mark. Hera has the better start and's got the win. 491, 142 mile per hour. Gabby breaks out by a thou, 508 with a 9, a thou under. 135 mile per hour. Hera move on. And Charlie Hammond, AJ Kasanka come up in the next player. Buybacks available in the office. Bottom of the tower, pit side, first or second round. Buybacks available in the office. Bottom of the tower, pit side. Charlie Hammer, a digital delay fella from Davenport, Iowa. His late father, Ike, was the man when it came to delay boxes. Originated back in the 1980s. Ike was the one that got it all started. AJ Kasanka on the lane side, 482 dial in there, 100th of a second apart. 002, 008 off the starting line, 6 style apart, favoring Kasanka. Charlie's going to get the win now. 44 is one over at 140. Takes a 33 10,000ths margin of victory in that one. Kasanka 2 over, 484. He had 146. Josh Morgan and Mark Kelly, they'll be our next pair. Double 05, 009. Red light on Joshua Morgan. Dead on 5 with a 476 run, 143. And Kelly breaks out by 6,000ths, even though he had the better light by 4,000. 005 reaction time, 484.4 on the 485 dial in. Joshua Morgan with a win. TJ Coughlin. That's Troy Jr. For Jegs.com, Coughlin Brothers Racing, Delaware, Ohio. And Jeff Strickland, Pass Super Pro, 50K champ. Red Bull, Alabama, 48 dial in. 200ths of a second apart here with Jeff getting the lead first. And he does with a better light, but not by much. TJ, wrong side. Win light on Strickland, 488. 139 mile per hour. Troy breaks out by 8,000, 485.9. 143 mile per hour in that pair. Jim Hamilton on the lane side. 1995 Advanced Chassis, Fraser, Michigan. 503 dial-in. And Dwayne Moore from Kentucky down 498. They're a nickel apart. Continuing on here with round number 1. $10,000 Friday main event. Buybacks available in the bottom of the tower, pit side, first or second round. Hamilton and Blair staging very carefully. They're ready. James is in trouble. Better light went to Dwayne. 009 gets it done at the stripe of the 499 run, 133. Hamilton missed it on both ends. He had a 50 light, runs 3 off the number of the 506 at 124. And Brian Falk and Kelly Smith come up next. Brian's on the lane side, 482 dial in. Kelly Smith with a 521. And Mr. Gasket side. Ten thousandths margin of victory there, and a win going to Brian Falk after a 005 light. It's one over the 483 with a 6, 141. Kelly had a respectable 22 reaction time. Herman runs dead on 0 at 132. Brian Falk with a 17 thousandths. A little better start. Gets the win. David Davis, lane side, Toledo, Ohio, 502 dial in. And Wes May's wagon. 688 dial in, Mr. Gasket lane. Both drivers very deliberately careful here. Stage it up. May's in. David Davis bumping her in very cautiously. Tree fires and they're up and running. Better start here. Went to the door car, but not by much. 016, 026. Wind light on. David Davis. 501 with a 9. He's under by a thou. Wes May breaking out a little further. He's under by 100. 687.0 on the 88 dial in. 135 mile per hour for Davis. We'll move on to the next round. Greg Rouleau, Mr. Gasket Lane, and Jacob Elrod. 2 460 dragsters matching up here. .466, 463, 2 thou apart in reaction times. Finish line, Jacob Elrod moving on. 463 is dead on 2. 145 mile per hour. It's a 6 thousandths margin of victory in that pair. Reveals 2 thou better on the tree. Comes up with a 467. That's 1 off with a 0, 148. All right, next pair. It's really not going to be a pair at this point because one of the drivers is broke. Dalton Samuel back in the staging lanes. One of his front tires is flatter than a pancake. They're unable to execute the repair here to keep the line moving. John Pizzo, Gianni, Windsor, Ontario, Canada with the Amando's Pizza car. He's going to get a single. 494 dial in, 017 reaction time. 494 is dead on 4. 21 thousandths package on a buy, not bad. Run a single, rather. 140 mile per hour. And Matt Hewitt and Steve Mikas come up in the next pair. Hewitt. Mad Dog Matt Hewitt, Mr. Gasket side, Milan, Michigan. 496 dial-ins, the quicker of the two. Steve Mikas, the Rally Dragster. Defending Lucas Oil, Division III Super Comp champ. 2 times over. Long time Mid Michigan racer. He has been in the winner's circle many, many times and is a tough, tough customer. You wouldn't know it by his personable demeanor, but anytime you race Steve Mikas, you're up against one of the very best. Double O run light for Steve. One light on, dead on 4, 5,000's package. It's like I know the guy. 131 mile per hour, 496 to the 2. Hewitt was dead on. Had a 20 late. Steve just manhandled him. Moving on to the next round. Brian Lampton, Sean Parker will be the next pair. Lampton into Mr. Gasket Lane. 499 dial-in, Cairo, Ohio. And Sean Parker on the lane side from Kalamazoo. 556 dial-in for the Demon. LB3A for the Parker crew. Lampton, 5 seconds flat, 137 mile per hour to 99 dial-in. He was 021 off the mark. Didn't catch what happened to the Parker car, but he took off before he got the top bulb. Or at least the car was out of the beams. Minus 008 on the red side, Rod Schaefer. Jimmy McCormick's 40 green gets the win here. 495 of the 8s, 2 foul under the 96 dial-in. 139 mile per hour. Schaefer's 1 over at 490. 8,000's red light. Dennis Lund, Gary Fleeter, next pair. And we need blue dragsters. Attention into pits. Blue run stickers for the diggers. Blue run stickers for the dragsters. We need you drivers to the staging lanes here for round number 1 of the 10K. All right, Dennis Lund into Mr. Gasket Lane, 488 dial-in, 300ths of a second apart from Gary Fleeter's Port Clinton, Ohio-based entry. 005 to 018, Fleeter's the better of the two. 490, Lund's 2 over, goes 129 after an 18 light. Fleeter's 1 under with a 0, 490 with an 0 at 142. Josh Cryer, Jason Falk next up. 488, 492, the dial-ins in this pair. Crayer is into Mr. Gasket Lane, and Jason Falk will be on the lane side from Bradenton, Florida. Again, buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower. Pit side of the racetrack. Buybacks available in the office, first or second round. I believe today's $150. Better start here by 15,000ths of a second. Went to Falk. Goes 495. That's 3 over and safe. 135 mile per hour. It's an 8,000ths margin of victory in that pair. 490, 2 off. Josh Cryer. He goes 145 mile per hour. And Jason Falk moves on to the next round. Don Kasenka, Skylar Drews next up. 487 dial in for Skylar and Bob over there in the Mr. Gasket Lane for the Drews Motorsports crew. Don Kasenka. He's on the lane side of that Diamond Race Cars chassis at 481. Double 06 light Kasanka had a better start, and he gets the win. 483 is 2 off, 141. 17,000ths margin of victory. Skylar at a 40 light, runs 1 over at 488 at 142. Troy Fields for Fox Auto Parts, Onsted, Michigan. 496 dial in on the lane side to take on John LaBoose, 2009 50K champion. Mr. Gasket Lane, White House, Tennessee, dialed 484. Troy with the 496 will be leaving first. Only a foul apart reaction times, 013, 014. Troy's going to get the win, 496, 139 mile per hour. John LaBouse, 3 off, 487 on the 84 dial-in, goes 129 giving up the finish line. All right, dragsters. We haven't called bull yet, but at this point we need all dragsters. All dragsters all the time. If you have not run first round yet, and you got an entry with a dragster, bring it up here for round number 1. Bill Prost, Senior. And Ty Rankle. 506, 497. Pressed had the better late by 13 thousandths. 498, 139. 506, Rankle goes 136 mile per hour. Tom Dauber, New Jersey runner. 506 dial in on the lane side. Andy Schmall, Minnesota racer over there to Mr. Gasket Lane. 497, 900ths of a second apart. .508, Tom Dauber's 2 over at 125. Takes a 23 10,000ths margin of victory there. He was 100th better at the start than Andy. 016, 026. Schmall goes 498 at 137. And Richard Briscoe, Chad Branham come up next. Double breakout win, Chad Branham in that one. 481.9's a thou under after a 15 light. He goes 142. Briscoe, 485.5. He's under by 5 thousandths in that 86 dial in. He goes 142 as well. He was 20. Off in the starting line. Bill Riddle, Fowlerville, Michigan. Lane Automotive side. Landing into Mr. Gasket Lane. Bronson, Michigan. He's in the wire and race cars. 483 dial in. David's the quicker of the two. Riddle will be leaving first by 100th of a second. Double breakout win, Bill Riddle, 483 with a 4, 6 thou under. David, 14 thousandths under with a 481.6 at 139. He was 006 and had a big advantage off the starting line, but munched up the finish line, taking 500 stripe. There's Lane Dickens, Scott Taylor. .013, .020 off the starting line. 502, Scott Taylor, 130 mile per hour after a 13 late. Lane Dickens breaks out by 2 thousandths, goes 489 at 137. Jeff Burns, J.P. Schuster, next pair, 451 and 510 to dial-ins, 014 to 017 off the mark. 451, Burns is dead on with Brown car, 150 mile per hour. Schuster, 513, 3 over, goes 129 at the finish line. John Bastier and Gary Williams, they'll be our next pair. Again, all dragsters, red, silver, and blue. Y'all need to be in the staging lanes for round number 1. Gary Williams, 004 light, gets the win. 4 over, it's 471, 141 mile per hour. 487. Master missing the number by 600ths of a second. He was 25 off the starting line. Gave Williams the luxury of a 400 stripe there. Karsten Bloom and Mia Tedesto, Murraysville, Pennsylvania. 479 dial-in. And Bloom at 533. KB carburetor car. Oh, 11, 013. Double breakout win for Mia. 478 with a run. 144 mile per hour there. Boom, 531, breaks out further. 17th out, undergoes 126. Steve McCrory. Bruce calling the Mr. Gasket Lane, Racine, Minnesota. Double 08, 015. 483 is dead on 9, Bruce Carl. Steve McCrory, 529.5, 5 foul under. Carl, past champion of 50K. He won it in, let's see, 2007. Yeah, let's call that good. Looking to do it again. Looking to win $10,000 today. He's still in the hunt. Buyback's available in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side. First or second round. And Mike Bloomfield and Mike Bloomfield. We're waiting for these two to get together. Bloomfield, Mr. Gasket side. Bloomfield, Lane Automotive side. Ohio versus Indiana. Hoosier versus the Buckeye. Lights on both sides for the two Mikes. Two fields. A state apart. 465, dead on 3, 149. Bloomfield gets the win, the Ohioan. Bloomfield, the Mink Motorsports car from Indiana. 499 to the 7, breaks out by 3 thou, goes 136.36. So Bloomfield moves on. Bloomfield is gone. Buybacks are available in the office bottom of the tower. Pit side of the racetrack. And Greg Antononi, Jackson, Wisconsin, comes up alongside of Corey Griffith. 485 dial in, Mr. Gasket side. Corey with a 488. The physician from New Albany, Ohio. .490, Corey Griffith, 141 mile per hour. It was an 8,000ths finish line, 200ths of a second over. 486, 1 over the 1, Greg Antononi. Better light went to Corey by a couple of hun, and that helped him score the score the win back or down at the 8th mile mark. Our next player, 494 for Corey. Quicker of the two, Mr. Gasket side. And a 502 dial in, Amy Kirchen on the lane side. .502, 137 mile per hour after a 009 light. Amy Kirchen gets the win. 13 thousandths margin of victory there. Chad Baddick, 494 at 139 mile per hour. Bob Clark, Will Crawford up next. Crawford 488, dead on 9. They were both 23 green. 508, Clark was 1 over the 6. That was a 7 thousandths margin of victory for Will. And Dave Foster, Mr. Gasket Lane, White Cloud, Michigan. It's back up on the starting line with Herman. 525 dial in. Danny Nelson, the chassis builder from Arkansas, on the lane side with a 450 dial. Danny Nelson, that blown big box Chevrolet with 2 carbs on it. It's going to get the win here. 452, 155 mile per hour. 523, breaking out by 11 thou. Dave Foster had 131 mile per hour. He was 22 off the mark. Nelson was 037. We got the win there by virtue of Dave's breakout. Chris Wallen, lane side, Spencer, Ohio. Rolls up to the starting line on the lane side to take on Mid Michigan Motorplex Super Pro points leader for 2012, Bill Swain. Bill's on the Mr. Gasket side, 486 dial in. A thousandth apart here, both in the teens. Bill's going to get the win. 486 for a 342. Takes a 31 10,000ths MOV. Chris Wallen dead on 7. 523 at 132. He had a better light 014 to Billy's 015. Good drag race. Our local guy, the points leader, is going to get the win. Move on to the second round. Chris Butcher and Ricky Adkins, the Bulldog. Lane side, 497 dial in. Butcher, 497 as well. Great start for both drivers. 002, 005. One light on. Butcher dead on. 497, 8. 128. 497, 6. Dead on 6. 134. Ricky Atkins. They were 002, 005. Atkins actually had the closer little numbers on the ET, but Butcher's tiny little half shot as they're both in the double O's. Gets the win by 18 10,000ths of a second. How do you like that, Mike? Dead on 6, 005 light, 11th thou package, buyback window. Round 1. This is round 1. Round 1. Got to keep it all in perspective, folks. Better be ready when you pull up here. Under the tower at Mid Michigan for this race. Chris Sullivan, Joe Bowman. Next up, 480 dial in for Sullivan. Joe with a 492. Joe the better start by 19 thousandths. 492, Joe's dead on. 135 mile per hour. He takes a 29 thousandths finish line. 481, Rollins went over at 141. Bobby Johns and Troy Williams Jr., two Floridians. They could have just stayed right at DeSoto Memorial and ran this race. Both drivers from Bradenton, Florida. 496 Dial Johns. Troy with a 512. Again, both drivers sharp off the mark. 001, 005, win light on Bobby Johns. BJ goes 497. He's went over the 131 mile per hour. Troy Williams Jr. got down there first by 17 thou, hogged it up by 9 thousandths too much. It's 511-1, 136, breaks out on that 512 dial in. Tony Leonard. And Tony's opponent over here on the lane side as we're trying to establish these guys switching back and forth between cars and swapping car numbers and forgetting to do so sometimes. I believe that's Jason Rich. He's got the better start. 002 right and a 476. If that's Jason, he just got the win light, 142 mile per hour. Leonard 4 over 487 after a 22 light. It's not going to get it done here. Jason McKeag. Baldwin, Missouri, 477 dial in on the lane side. Roy Burr, Kentucky racer. 492 dial in into Mr. Gasket lane. Double 06 and a lot of follow work at the stripe. Gets the win there, Roy Blair. He's under the dial-in by a foul, 491, 135. 476 with an 8. McKeag under the dial-in by 2 thou. Another very competitive race, and Mike Zednik. Another regular competitor here at Mid Michigan on the lane side. Charlevoix, Michigan, auto parts store owner, dial 487. And Bill Fordyce, 463 dial-in. The rookie driver from Annapolis, Maryland, under the tutelage of John Parks. Backing up to the starting line with that pretty new American Race Cars dragster. 463 dial on Zednik, 487. That's an American car as well. Final start, Bill Fordyce goes red by 4 thousandths and then runs 461, breaking out at 151 mile per hour. Mike Zednik was 019 green. He runs 485.7 at 141. By Bill Smith and Ty Rankle waiting patiently as Mike Zednik and Bill Fordyce to clear the top end of the racetrack. really something fell off in the Fordyce car, and they were out there picking it up. And no harm, no foul. Both him and Sednick both made a turn, and they're driving back up the return road. Now it appears as though Mike is stopping out of the car and he's actually down there by the guardrail. Now he's walking back to his car as I look down in the shutdown area. Bill Smith is 0-0 in reaction time. He runs 1 over 499.2 at 138 mile per hour. 0-0 perfect lane for Bill Smith. Ty Rankle's 016 got tattooed. 505 on the 03 dial and 137 mile per hour in that pair. Again, final call, all dragsters should be in the staging lanes. Final call, all dragsters should be in the staging lanes here for round number 1. Austin St. Dennis and Kurt Voltman. 495 dial in for Kurt. Austin with a 512 is going to get the opportunity to lead first. Double 07 light. Austin St. Dennis, 1 light on, 2 over 514, 132. 9,000's finish line there. 495, 139 mile per hour for Kurt Voltman after a 38 light. Runs dead on 2. Austin tagged him on the starting line with a much better reaction time. Bug McCarty, Steve Taylor, they're next. McCarty had a better lead there by 3 hun. He gets the win. 492 on the 91 dial in. 139 mile per hour. Bug McCarty moves on. Steve Taylor, 465, and the Hitman car is 2 off. He missed the tree with a 40 light. And Flirty Don Hansen comes up into Mr. Gasket Lane to take on Jeff Ledford. 48 dial in. Jeff back at the wheel of his Warrior car. 493 dial in Don Hansen. They're 500ths apart. Red light start, Jeff Ledford. Double breakout 2 at the stripe. Hansen was 19 off the starting line. Runs 492 with a 9, 139 mile per hour. And that 493 dial in's under by a thou. Jeff with a 487.3, he's under by 7 thousandths after turning on a 3 thousandths red light. Greg Samuel, that's the FTI Transmissions guy. Know a couple of racers already this weekend have benefited from his services. Kept him in competition, keeping him going, keeping him rolling. We got lots of racing yet to do. 478 dial into Mr. Gasket Lane. Bob Payton, 100th of a second behind in dial ins. 479 will get the opportunity to lead first from the lane side. Oh, 12 and 017 off the mark. 1 light on, Greg Samuel. Dead on 3, 478. 200ths of a second package there, 146. And Bob Payton breaking out by 2 thousandths of a second. 478 at 8, 145 the speed. Gary Flainer and Stu Smith will be our next pair. 482 dial in Mr. Gasket Lane. Smith on the lane side goes with a 504. Right, the insurance man bumps her in, flickers her a bunch of times. He's solid now, and he's off and running. He's got the better light. 23 thousandths of a second advantage. Not going to get it done. No, a double breakout. Fleener's closer. 481 with a 7. 3,500 at 142. Smith 503 with a 6. He's fourth now under at 135. Basically lost the breakout there by 1,000. Gary was closer to the dial in, gets the win. Moves on to round number 2. Buybacks again available, bottom of the tower. Pit side, first or second round. Wendell Barger Sr. on the lane side, a Kentucky racer. Take on Illinois, Steve Schneider. He'll be in the Mr. Gasket lane, 483 for Steve. Wendell's going to go with a 503 from the lane side. Wendell the better right here by 300 of a second. He's going to get the win, 504, 135. 485, Schneider's 2 over, 140 mile per hour. All right, Shane Carr. Driving Sean Langdon's play toy here. Langdon's out in Seattle, running top fuel with K.H. Belushi and Schumacher and all those guys. Carr was looking for a ride for the weekend. Langdon's tied up with that fuel. He called Shane up and said, I got a ride. You want it? Shane said, sure. He's up on the starting line to take on the Army guy, Mike Canovo. 479, 484 the dial-ins. Carr got tattooed. Novo with a much better light gets the win with a 481 run. 137 mile per hour. 491 Shane Carr. Missing the number on both ends of the racetrack. He parked it down there. Only 124 mile an hour speed in the 8th. Dean Cards, winner last evening, Fairmont, Ohio, with that Brown car. And Mike Bonebright from Illinois, 490. Lane side. Carnes with a 465. Last night's winner is in trouble. Bonebright, 400 of a second advantage in reaction time. Takes out Dean Carnes here in round number 1. 490, that's dead on 7. At a 15 light, goes 138. Even though Dean Carnes was dead on 3. Goes 152 mile per hour. One too many dips in the Red Solo Cup last night. And he was a little tardy off the starting line. Eric Johnson, Joe Lee, next up. All right, attention to the pits. We need red and silver door cars. Red and silver door cars. Including that by-run guy, Mike Nitchie. We need you drivers to the staging lanes for round number 1. Red and silver door cars. To the staging lanes for round number 1. Eric Anderson, Joe Lee on the starting line. Three thousandths of a second foul for Jerry Lee. He goes red. Eric Anderson's 021, runs 496. At 138, Jerry was dead on 6 after a 3,000ths red light. Mom said there'd be days like this. Andy Walcott, Mark Horton. 533 dial in, Mr. Gasket lane. Mark Horton, 477 dial in from the lane side. 374F. Little clarification on which number. Drivers not only dial-ins need to be on what would be the passenger side of the car. If you dragster guys, that would be like the right-hand side. With multiple entries in the same car, just make sure we're clear on which number goes with which driver, and it needs to be clearly identified when they come up here into the water box. Horton and Walcott on the racetrack. Horton's one over for the win, 478. He had a 26 lane. There's 143. Andy Walcott stepped up. I tell you what, high 550s in his 2 time trials. He comes up, dials a 33, runs a 36. I don't know if he planned it or not, but that's interesting. He found his performance at least. Randy Sheila Jr. Ryan Pinkelman. 477 dial in for Randy. in the other bear car. Pickle in the all-white machine over here on the lane side. .014.010 off the starting line. Randy Shearer Jr. is going to get the win with a 479 run, 144 mile per hour. Finkelman breaks out by 11th thou with a 504 run, goes 135. David Brown, Justin Mosier up next. Fast start, Justin Mosier turns it red by 1,000th of a second. Brown with a 503, 136 mile per hour run. Justin with a 455, he goes 154. Dan Davies, a Diamond Race Car fellow, is going to get the win here, 489 on the 82 dial in. Matt Schaefer was 509 in dial. He runs 3/10 off. Couldn't run the number. Davies moves on to the next round. Again, buybacks available in the office bottom of the tire, pit side. Ray Conley, John Parks will be our next pair. Parks out of Leroy, Michigan to Mr. Gasket Lane with a 490 dial in. And Ray Conley, Elyria, Ohio on the lane side, down 463. Star John Parks goes red by 2,000ths of a second. Conley 463, 152 mile per hour. John breaks out 489.7 after a 2,000ths foul. Under on both ends. Lucas Fisher, Spring Arbor, Michigan on the lane side with a 532 dial in. And Richard Cochin 479 dial in. Into Mr. Gasket side. To a second, different direction times. Lucas had a better start. Richards got the win, 479. Dead on 3, 141. Lucas Fisher got down there first, breaks out by a thou. 531.9 at 128. So Kirchin moves on. And Travis Colangelo and Caitlin Smith come up next. Caitlin Smith, Travis Colangelo. Travis with the run, 468's one over. He goes 149 mile per hour. Caitlin, 496.4 is under by 6 thousandths of a second. Goes 135 at the stripe. And Howard Shelter, that's that Ellis Manufacturing guy, giving away that Model 6000 belt grinder. Anybody has a trip zip light, runs dead on zero, gets the win, they get to go and see Howard to take that piece of machining equipment home with him. Ken Zar did a little pre-burn out back in the water box and had the tires smoking here, just cleaning them off. 451 dial-in for the Smithville, Missouri racer. He'll be on the lane side. Shelter in the Mr. Gasket lane from Wisconsin. Tell you what, Howard's been sharp on the starting line all weekend so far. 483, 135 mile per hour after a 008 late. Ken Zeller, 025 green. Runs 452, it's one off, 154. Right, the McCormick dragster back on the starting line, from what I understand. In this point, Joe Hessling's at the wheel. Toledo, Ohio, in the Mr. Gasket lane, 496 dial. 500ths of a second slower than Todd Braddock, Adrian, Michigan. Todd on the lane side. .017, .028, Paddock with a better light. Paddock with a win, 491's dead on 9. He goes 140 mile per hour. 495.2, under by 8 thou. 138 mile per hour to Mr. Gasket lane. For Joe Hessling, Bob Drews, St. John's, Michigan. Me on the lane side, 491 dial in. Again, 500ths of a second apart here. It's Kirk Cheney, the 2012 Mid Michigan National Dragster Challenge King of the Track. We'll be into Mr. Gasket lane with the Mike Simons dragster. .019, .020 off the starting line. Drews a little better start. Cheney with a run. He's one over with a 497, 133. Bob Drews 493 to 140 mile per hour. There's 11 thousandths margin of victory in that pair. Brian Horton, Jeff Strickland. Brian's in the Mr. Gasket lane for American Race Cars, the Waybridge Automotive, 487 dial-in, Jeff Strickland, Red Bay, Alabama. 475 dial-in for the 9450K champ. He is 009 in reaction time, and he's got 11 foul. 477's 2 over for the win, 140 mile per hour for Jeff Strickland. Ryan Horton 3 off, goes 490 at 138. Kirby McLennan, Temperance, Michigan to Mr. Gasket lane, 472 dial-in. The 506 on the lane side, that belongs to Mark Doberstein in the Parker dragster. On the lane side, Edmore, Michigan, from just up the street here on Wyman Road. Red light start, Mark Doberstein by 2 thousandths of a second. 473, 146 mile per hour. 505 with a 7, 137 mile per hour for Doberstein. Under on both ends of the racetrack again, and Nick Volk, Chuck Mink come up in the next pair. Again, red and silver. Run stickers for the door cars have been called to the staging lanes. Red and silver door cars to the staging lanes for round number 1. Double 06, 007, a thou apart here. Pumping at the finish line, wind light on Nick Folk, dead on 0, 6,000s package. 483, 137. Chuck Mink breaks out by 3,000ths of a second after he took a 2,000ths finish line. 007 reaction time. And he runs 144 mile per hour at the stripe. At the end of the day, that race was pretty much unwinnable. Buyback's available in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side. First or second round. Bull run on Ricky Atkins. Squaring off next. Atkins a little better late. 5:29 for the win. That's a 4,000ths finish line there. He's one off. 128 mile per hour. He had a 14 late. Will Runnell 018 runs 485. He's one over at 143. All right, Mike Stokes, John LaBousse Jr., next pair. Stokes in the Mr. Gasket lane, 688 dial-in. And John LaBousse Jr. from Tennessee dials 492 with that dragster. .2 of a second apart in a double breakout race. LaBousse had the advantage at the starting line, gets the win in a double breakout. 490 on the 92 dial-in with the 9, 126 miles per hour there. 686.4. Stokes was under by 16,000ths of a second. He runs 99 mile per hour at the stripe with the Mustang. Scott Hornline and his dad Bob campaigning this Plymouth Duster out of Saginaw, Michigan. Tony Eccles, a 76 Arrow on the lane side. .017, .053, better light. Went to Eccles. Wind light on, Hornline. 626 is dead on 0. He goes 110 mile per hour. Eccles, 716 at 95 mile per hour, taking a 700 stripe. West May, Mr. Gasket Lane, Mike Broomfield Jr. Up here now in his 69 Camaro, 661 dial-in. May with a 694 on the Buick. .021, .026, May with a better light. One right on Mike Bloomfield Jr., 661, 104 mile per hour. Dead on 7, 693, under by a thou West May. He was better off the starting line at 21 to a 26. But Bloomfield gets the win. We'll move on to round number 2, and John Nagy. Lane side here with the Camaro to take on the 70 Challenger. The NHRA Summit ET Finals National Champion, Brandon Schmall. 634 dial in Mr. Gasket Lane. Nagy with a 670 on the window of the Camaro. All right, attention to puts. Red silver have already been called. This time we want to put the call for bull run cards or bull stickers for the door cars. Need you drivers to the lanes. Bull stickers for the door cars. Need you drivers to the lanes. 8 thou apart here. Small, a little better light. And the win. Dead on 8, 634. 103 mile per hour for 15,000's finish line there. Nagy, 671's one off. Goes 102 with the Camaro. Mark Stevenson, Chad 6 up next. 525 dial in for Stevenson's Beretta on the Mr. Gasket Lane. Chad with that little roadster on the lane side out of Eaton Rapids, Michigan for the 35-year-old mechanic. 605 dial in. Stevenson, the Indiana-based Chevrolet Beretta. 6. Winner last year in a $5,000 cleanup race at a much better rate, but he breaks out by 11 thousandths. Stevenson 529 on the 25 dial at 133 mile per hour. Chad was 603 at 111 on the 05 dial in. Tim Hygess, lane side, the Chevrolet Beretta from Traverse City, Michigan, dial 549, and Megan Kearns. Kearns Motorsports crew. That's Chevrolet Cavalier in Mr. Gasket Lane, dial 603. Fire start for Megan, misses it by 9 thousandths of a second. 008, Tim Hygess, 550, 126 mile per hour. Megan's 4 over, she runs 607 at 117. Next pair, Mike Marcette and Jeremy McKeag. 584 dial in to Mr. Gasket Lane for Jeremy. Mike Marcette dials 573 rather from the lane side. Wow, Marcette in Daytona. Launched violently. Was over on the edge of the marbles there. 582 on the 84 dial in, a double breakout. Jeremy McKeag. And after both drivers were double O in reaction time, gets the win on a double breakout. Marcette, even for as ugly of a run as the Daytona had, the first 60 foot, he still breaks out with a 571 run. 2-1 to the 73 dial in. Brian Folk, Bill Yarchuk, and the Canadians got the better rate. 004 eats up the finish line by 35 thousandths of a second. That's too much. 511, Brian Folk's dead on 2. He goes 142 mile per hour after a 25 late. That was enough to get her done. Yarchuk breaking out on the 543 dial in with a 541.8 at 129. Tom Whitaker and Johnny Simeone. Sudbury, Ontario, Canada, with that Chevy 2, dial 594. Whitaker from Michigan's West Coast over Muskegon, a 540 with that orange Camaro. Simeone sounded like he was late getting out of two-step, but it doesn't affect his late too bad. Although Whitaker had the better rate, and he gets it done at the stripe, 542. 128 mile per hour, takes a 300ths margin of victory there. Simeone at a 30 late, he runs 597. That's 3 off the number, 116. All right, Gary May from the City of Speed, Indianapolis, Indiana, the 83 Malibu wagon, dialed 689. And Mike Toone from Ohio, dialed 660 with the 70 Duster. Gary May on the better right by 300ths of a second. He's at 15 off the mark. 692, 3 over the number, runs 97 mile per hour at the stripe. Mike Toone, 661, with a 4 on the little number. Puts together the better ET on the 1/8 of a mile. With a 46 late, not going to get it done in that pair. Hal Blevins, Larry Murray will be next up. Blevins with a 647 dial in for the Chevy truck from Kentucky, and Murray, Memphis, Michigan, with that Mustang Roadster has a much better rate in this pair. Bray at the stripe with the win. 625's 2 over with a 0. Goes 106 mile per hour. Hal Blevins 652 as he missed it on both ends of the racetrack. 37 light. Gave up 3 back here. 652, that's a nickel over. A 900s package, not going to get it done here. Some Morelos on. Blevins will be looking for the buyback window, which, fortunately for him, is open. Buyback's available in the office, bottom of the tower. Pit side, first or second round. Today's price, $150 for the $10,000 to win main event here this afternoon. Jim Hamilton, Andy Schmall come up next. Pretty even handicap here between the two door cars. Hamilton, 638, Lane Automotive side of the 72 Nova. And Andy Schmall, the Minnesota racer with the 71 Vega. Now 650, 1200ths of a second apart. Schmall will be leaving first. Good launch there, Hamilton. Schmall off the starting line, 17-5 apart. One line time for Andy. 651 goes 102 mile per hour. Hamilton 637 with a 2, breaking out at 108 mile per hour with the Nova. And 2 roadsters come to the starting line with Jason Lynch. Mr. Gasket's side, 501 dial in, and Stephanie Byer. 27T, Beaver Creek, Ohio, 553 dial in on the lane side. Oh, 14, Stephanie with a better rate. Stephanie with a win, 553, 125. 501, Lynch was dead on. 143 mile per hour, 16 thousandths package for Stephanie. 22 thousandths package for Jason Lynch, not enough. Jimmy Rankle, 623 dial in on the lane side for the 69 Dart from Ohio. And Michigan's Jeffrey Listinghauser the second. With the Vega, 585 dial in Mr. Gasket Lane. Listinghauser, Ranko, good one shaping up here. Double breakout win go to Jeffrey, 584, 2,100 after a 007 bulb. 117 mile per hour, Rankel. 622, 7,000 goes 111 at the stripe. He was 11 on a tree. All right, Mark Talmadge, Mr. Gasket's side. Mark Doberstein with the Demon, 555 dial in. Lane side, Talmadge with a 608 with that wheel standing Chevrolet. There he goes again. Great wheels in the early launch. Nice straight and trail run. 1-9 throws going to go to Doberstein. Another brother breakout. 554 with 3. A little closer to that 555 dial in. Talmadge was 16,000 after taking 200's finish line. He actually had the better light too by 11 thousandths of a second. But Doberstein with a better overall package, closer to the number. Going to get the win. Mark Hancock, Boyd City, Michigan. In the Mustang on the lane side, Kelly Smith. This could be a matchup during one of our weekly bracket races. Kelly into Mr. Gasket Lane, 583. Mark Hancock, 032 off the mark. Kelly is double on. Gets the win, 585, 116. 674, dead on 2. Hancock goes 102 mile per hour. And Kelly Smith with an 11 thousandths margin of victory in that one. Next up, two blue Chevys rolling out of the water box. One of them a bit sideways. That's Ben Robbins in the Vega. And Alan Hodder in the Camaro. Be on the lane side. Again, two Mid Michigan racers squared off here in round number 1. Hodder and Robbins off the mark. Big Ben with a much better light. Double F4. Hodder's got the win. 662 run, 105 mile per hour. Big Ben, 630 dial in. He was double F4. It runs a 641, inexplicably falling off the pace by over a tenth of a second. And Fred Schwade in the 74 Vega from Sheboygan, Michigan, comes up on the lane side with a 648 dial in. Take on Minnesota racer Greg Collins, the Mopar, dialed 601 from the Mr. Gasket lane. .602 on the 0-1 dial-in. Win light on Greg Collins, 168 mile per hour. Fred Schwade, 646, breaking out by 12 thousandths of a second, even though Fred had a better light by 100th. Collins is going to get the win and move on to the second round. Ed Bauer, Mr. Gasket Lane, 578 dial-in. And Joe LeCompte, 648, goes red by 1,000th of a second. Ed Bauer. The white Monza, 019 late, 579, 119 mile an hour. LeCompte, 646 at 111. Goes red and then breaks out. Gotta hate it when the karma gods pay it back. Buck McCarty in the 67 Camaro, Hazelhurst, Georgia on the lane side. Andrew DiPiazza, Chicago, Illinois, that 97 Camaro over there, dialed 546, being the Mr. Gasket lane. McCarty's going to go with a 608. Doing double duty here between the Camaro and the dragster. You'll be on the lane side. Getting set to go. Final call again. For first round of competition. If you have not run, you need to be in the lanes, particularly the door cars. We should be working on silver by now. LB3A Andrew DiPiazza. Not sure what happened to the Camaro there when he came out of the beams before the top bulb fired. Andrew kind of took off and then stopped out there about 100 feet off the starting line. McCarty, meanwhile, was double around in reaction time. He'd have been tough anyway. Got down the 8th mile again, looked over his shoulder. Andrew wasn't coming. Got out of the throttle. Backs it off to a 622 on that 608 dial and goes 109 mile per hour. All right, Joe Schmall, the Fast and Furious team, Lino Lakes, Minnesota, that's 69 Mopar. And Tom Reese, Painesville, Ohio, the 81 Camaro, 549 dial-in, a second and a half different their dial-ins here. Schmall's going to go with a 699 from the Mr. Gasket lane. 5:49 win for Tom Reese as he was dead on after an 019 light at 129 mile per hour. Takes a 77 10,000ths margin of victory in that pair. Schmall was dead on 7. 699 for the 69 Fury. He is 025. Reese 019. That's where the bulk of that MOV came from in another great drag race. Again, final call. If you have not run first round, you need to be in the staging lanes because we're getting round number 1 just about wrapped up. Jess Kern, Scotty Baddock, final start for Jess as she goes red by 9,000ths. Baddock 022 off the mark, and the Mustang runs dead on. 704, 197 mile per hour. Jess with a 623 with a 6. She's dead on also, goes 111. But was 009 on the red side. Chris Butcher, Eric Johnson next up. 679 dial in for Butcher. Knowing those Scotty Richardson drag racing school pickups. Johnson on Alchemia, Michigan. The 66 Chevy 2 down 614 on the lane side. .012 and .020 off the starting line. Butcher and Johnson. Went light out here. Johnson at 9,000ths margin of victory. 614 dead on 312 mile per hour. Butcher 681's 2 over. He goes 97 mile per hour. Next pair, Jeff Burles and the Malibu wagon for the Burles family out of Saginaw. Mr. Gasket Lane, 633 dial in. And Dennis Lund at 2001 Chevrolet Verado with a 632 dial in as they're only 100th apart. Dennis on the lane side, the Iowa racer, leaving last by 100th of a second. Ball start, Dennis Lund. Even though he was supposed to leave last, he ended up leaving first. Not the way he wanted it though. Minus 15,000 on the red side. 629, he breaks out as well. 630, Jeff Bonus, 300 under after a 50 light, but he's going to get the win. So Jeff moves on. Dennis is going to be looking for the buyback window, which is available in the office. Bottom of the tower, pit side, first or second round, buybacks. Can't win that $10,000 unless you're in it. Ed Hall, John Lindenberry, winner last evening. The door car only gambles race. 583 dial in. Ed Hall is going to give it to him here. 7,000ths of a second red light for Ed. Lindenberry is minus 21 under his green. And it runs 582 and 119 mile per hour for the Camaro. Under on both ends of the racetrack, but Eddie had the first opportunity to turn it red, and that's what he did. 628 on the 25 dial in, 110 mile per hour for Ed Hall. Matt Cornell defending 50K champion. The Harlow Tire Car into Mr. Gasket Lane. And Jason Jensen, Vicksburg, Michigan. The 65 Malibu. Lane Automotive side of the 615 dial. And Matt is going to go with a 574. Lights to pair, 6-star advantage going to Cornell. Jensen on the win, dead on 12, 615, 108 mile per hour, takes a 21,000ths margin of victory. 576, Matt Cornell, almost 300ths of a second off. He goes 118 at the finish line. Terry Bowman and Bruce Van Stratton, who from what I understand has skateboards for sale in the box of that S10 pickup. Don't ask me, folks. That's just the story I was given. Promoting the skateboard business from the back of an S10 truck. Terry Bowman, 013 off the mark to the 036 Linus Van Stratton. She's going to get the win, dead on 6 with a 655 run, 101 mile per hour. And a 686 for Van Stratton, missing a dial in by 300ths after a 36 late. 98 miles per hour. Larry Zion, Champaign, Illinois, 72 Nova. And Jim Simmons, Mount Vernon, Illinois, with that bet. 563 dial in. Zion, 595. 010, 020 off the starting line. 596, Larry Zion. 116 mile per hour. Jim Simmons, 561. Breaking out by 19 thousandths of a second. 128 mile per hour. And Jeff Melnick, Will Crawford being our next pair. Just about a second difference in the handicap here. Crawford, 629 dial-in for the 67 Camaro. And Jeff Melnick out of Hubbard, Ohio, that Dodge Avenger top sportsman car. Down 532 on the Mr. Gasket lane, getting set to go. Again, if you have not run full strong with one of your entries, you need to be in the staging lanes. We're just about ready to wrap things up for round number 1. .013, 027. Advantage here went to Will Crawford. He's going to get the run as both drivers way over their numbers. 635 for Will. He was just judging the finish line. Melnick had problems. We saw after his burnout here during one of his time trials. The car had some problems getting staged up, and they actually pushed him back behind the starting line. 562 on the 32 dial-in. Some possible trouble there for the Avenger. Well, definitely some trouble there for the Avenger. Definitely trouble in the fact that he got beat. But buybacks are available. It's early yet today. First or second round, bottom of the tower. In the office, pit side. And Darrell Pollack. Two regular competitors here at Mid Michigan. Pollack at the wheel of the Hornline cars. Got the better light, and he's going to get the win. 628 with a 2 after a 23 light. Pollack in a substitute car after some problems with the Camaro earlier. There's 108 mile per hour with a Hornline Duster. Jones 2 over, 558 on the 56 dial and at 120. And he was 039 off the starting line. Pollack with a better reaction time. Helped him get the job done with a borrowed car. Dave Ziggy Ziegler, 66 Chevelle, 731 dial in the Mr. Gasket lane. And Sean Parker, Kalamazoo, Michigan. In his dragster this time, Lane Automotive side, 507 dial in. Great light here for Sean Parker, 003. He's going to get the win, 1 over at 508 with a 332 mile per hour. That's a 15 thousandths finish line there. 732, Ziegler 1 over, goes 92 mile per hour after a 20 light. Parker with a little better start. Got the win. All right, attention to the pits. We need round number 2, red and silver dragsters, 2 staging lanes. Round number 2, red and silver dragsters, 2 staging lanes. Joe Hessling, Toledo, Ohio, and the Kearns Motorsports Cavalier. And Jeff Burns in the 63 Deuce. 561, 605. Hessling on the better right, 6056. Gets the win after a 2 reaction time. That's an 8 thousandths package for the Kearns crew. 110 mile per hour for the Cavalier. 563 Burns 2 off after an 018 light. And he goes 121 mile per hour. Again, attention to pits. Red and silver dragsters. Red and silver run stickers. We need you drivers. Through the staging lanes for round number 2 of competition. Dragsters. Red and silver run stickers back to the lanes. Bob Hamilton. Clinton Township, Michigan, that's 72 Nova on the Mr. Gasket side. Mike Nitchie. Door Slammers, Chassis Fab, Chevrolet Cobalt. Last pull of the round. Mikey was sitting on the bye run. And he's got to defend it here against Hamilton's Nova. Ball start. Ball Hamilton goes 16 foul red. Mikey's 031 on the tree. 563's 1 over 129, and he'll move on and carry that bye run into the second round. Yes, you do. 637 dead on 5. Bob Hamilton, 108 mile per hour. Kimmy was down there shaking her head. Minus 16 on the red side for Hamilton. So Mikey moves on. That closes out round number 1 of competition here in the $10,000 run Friday main event. And we need round number 2 again for red and silver dragsters. Red and silver run stickers, dragsters. We need you drivers back to the staging lanes for the second round of competition. First player, round number 2 for our Friday $10,000 main event. Mike Bloomfield Jr., Mr. Gasket side, 460. Stephen McCrory, lane side, 509. Final start, Steve McCrory goes run by 4,000s. Bloomfield, grateful, 045 late, runs 458. That's actually under his dial-in. 151 mile per hour and a 505 run. McCrory breaks out by 400ths of a second, 38 thousandths. After a 3,000ths red light, nothing really much went right for him there. All right, we just saw Mike Bloomfield. Here's Mike Bloomfield. Lane side, Greg Fezak, Brownstown, Michigan, 497, 472. Good start here for both drivers as they are 010 and 013 green. 472. Bloomfield with a 9 goes 147 mile per hour. He was 10 green. Fezak was 013. He breaks out 495 by 18 thousandths under that 97 dial in. Ron Zar, Tad Rise. 460 dial in for Ron Zar. Milan, Michigan. And Tad Rise, 509 dial in on the lane side. Final start, Ron Zar goes red by 7 thousandths in a second. Tad Rise, 509 dead on 6, 134 mile per hour. He was 023 off the mark. And Zar 461 after that 7 thousandths red light goes 151. Randy Folk, Scott Taylor next up. Taylor the 497 dial in from the lane side. Randy Folk 486, Mr. Gasket lane. On the 86 dial line, and Scott Taylor gets down there first by 23 10,000ths of a second. Hog the finish line up. Breaks out by 13 thousand at 495.7 at 134. Randy Folk, 488's 2 over, goes 139. And Jeff Hara. Collins, Ohio, 493 dial in, 0.2 of a second quicker than his opponent, Gary Williams. Gary will be on the lane side. Bradenton, Florida, 513 will be his number. All right, attention to pits. We need any car dragster that wants to run the left lane. Need some left lane participants. Any car dragster. We don't even care if it's silver at this point. Any car dragster that wants to run the left lane, bring them up. 415, 012, Gary Williams. Jeff Hara. 513 for the win, Gary Williams. 131 mile an hour. That's dead on. 17 thousandths package there. 492 with a 4, breaking out by 4 thousandths. Or 492 with a 6, breaking out by 4 thousandths at 140. Jeff Hura. And Troy Williams Jr. And Jason Rich. taking turns with this second entry here. Rich in the car right now, as we just saw Troy win on the lane side. Jason comes up behind him, 477 dial-in. Ty Rankle into Mr. Gasket lane. 507 dial-in, 0.3 of a second difference here. A foul difference in the reaction times. 020, 021, dead on both sides with a 5. 477 with a 5. 507 with a 5. 141 to 134 was a speed difference. And that was a 1/1000th of a second margin of victory. And again, it was Troy Williams' 1/1000th hole shot. The identical numbers on the racetrack got the win in that pair. It's brutal out there, Mike. Crazy. Pure madness. It's only the second round. Day 2. Not the big money either. Nada. This is little money compared to tomorrow. medium money. It's just violent. War. Nick Falk, Roy Blair. 173 to 492. Nick's looking good off the starting line. He's got the win, 475 versus the 73 dial at 135 mile per hour. Blair's 300ths of a second under, trying to make up the 300ths he lost in reaction time. Not going to work. 138 mile an hour. And Jason Rich. Mia Tedesco come up next. Cars Protection Plus. That's Mia's ride. The Pennsylvania team, 492 dial-in. Jason Rich, Cookeville, Tennessee, 479 dial-in. 492 for Mia. 13,000ths or 1,300ths of a second apart in their dials. Mia's leaving first, and she's off. She adds to that handicap a bit with a little better start. 492, dead on 4. Nice win for Mia. 141 mile per hour for a 27,000ths MOV. Rich 2 off, 481, 136. He was 19 off the mark. Jeremy McCormick, Mr. Gasket Lane, and Jerry Class. 27 and 36 off the starting line. Better start with the Class. Gets the win, dead on 5. 525, 130 mile per hour. It's a 5/1000ths margin of victory there. McCormick was dead on 1, 496 at 132. Chris Concher, Eau Wisconsin, 504 dial-in. And Todd Brown, a Kentucky racer over here on the lane side, 490 dial-in. Start here for Todd Brown as he goes right by 12,000ths of a second. And the Concher crew goes wild. 504, that's dead on. 17 right. Hit 137 mile per hour, and then move on to round number 3. By the way, Buyback's available first or second round. If you didn't have to use one around number 1, we encourage you to do so in round number 2. $150 Buyback keeps you to hunt for $10,000 here this evening. Justin Fordyce, 459 dial-in. Mr. Gasket Lane for the Annapolis, Maryland team. Bill and Justin, father and son. And their mentor, John Parks. And Jeremy McCarrick, 481 dial-in on the lane side from the Missouri racer. Jeremy with a better start of the pair. Takes the rookie out in this one. 481.5, 16,000 package here. 142 mile per hour. Justin went off 460 with a 6. Runs 150. And he was 28 green. Bob Jennings, lane side. Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. That's the finished first car. And Dalton Samuel, unfortunately, was unable to answer the bell in the last round of competition. He had to use that Buyback as the car had a flat tire in the staging lanes when he got ready to fire it up and make the swing around the corner. Hate it when that happens. It's always the basics that get you. Air in the tires, fuel in the tank, no leaks. Race cars can be a lot of work. 476 dial in Mr. Gasket Lane. Dalton hopes to get it done. He's going to, thanks to Bob Jennings going well by 2,000ths of a second. Sanders 013, he runs 474. 149 mile an hour, good way to get back in the rhythm after not being able to fight in the first round. Jennings, 491's one over, 140 mile per hour after the 2,000ths red light. Again, crew members in the staging lanes need the golf carts and the pit vehicles clear of the lanes. Those lanes are functioning avenues. You wouldn't take them and park them out in the middle of Lyman Road, so don't park them out in the middle of staging lanes. Pit vehicles, golf carts, push them over to the side, please. Buddy Farrell to Mr. Gasket Lane, 492 dial in. Tim Allen, 489 on the lane side from the Moser Engineering team. Farrell's out by 3,000ths here. Buddy Farrell, Chinese shop owner from Brighton, Tennessee, has got the win. 493 is one over at 133 mile per hour. Irwin 3 off the number. Actually 6 off. 3/8 thou off the green light. Runs 495. Hit 142. He was dialed to 489. There's Kelly Smith. And last evening's runner-up in his Camaro, Kenny Underwood. Now at the wheel of this dragster over here on the lane side. 530 dial in. The Evans construction car. Be on the lane side, Kelly Smith, White Cloud, Michigan, one of our regular racers here at the Motorplex. 521 dial in. Less than a tenth of a second apart. Underwood will get the opportunity to lead first. And he does. 4th thou apart. In reaction time. Good race shaping up. Kelly Smith gets the win. 521's dead on 9. That's a 17,000s package. 131 mile per hour with a 200ths margin of victory. Underwood was 012, runs 2 over at 532. 118. Ron LeKeys, another Mid-Michigan racer over here on the lane side. 529 dial in. And Ohioan Gary Fleener, 478 dial. Mr. Gasket Lane. Double 03914, win light on Mr. Gasket side for Fleener and a 6,000ths margin of victory. He's one over with a 479, 138. The Keys one over at 530 at 129. Kevin Hack on the lane side, Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Lake Louis Brewing Car, or one of the two, John Rankle. Mr. Gasket Lane with a 508 dial in. 020 to 034, Rankle a little better leave. 508, he's dead on 2, 130 mile per hour. 484, Hack, 1,000ths of a second under at 141. Chris Sullivan, Amy Kirchen, next player. Amy's on the lane side, 502 dial in for the Fowlerville, Michigan team, Kirchen Motorsports. Richard and Amy, Todd's Extreme Custom Paint. And Chris Sullivan from Berlin, Illinois. Mr. Gasket side, 481 dial in for him. Double 05, 025, win light on Chris Sullivan, 484, 138 mile per hour. That was a 14/10,000ths margin of victory in that one. Amy goes 503, that's one over, and 137. All right, Troy Coughlin Jr. next up. 485 dial in from the Mr. Gasket Lane. And Troy Fields, the Fox Auto Parts car. 496 dial in on the lane side. Double 09 034 Fields one light on, no Troy Coughlin. 487, 139 mile per hour. 497 for Troy's one over. And TJ moves out of the next round. Jason Lynch, Ryan McCann. Lynch into Mr. Gasket Lane, Pleasant View, Tennessee with a 483 dial-in. And Ryan McCann dials 505 for the lane side with the other Lake Louis Brewing car. McCann with that 505 dial, even first, and they're 0.03 of a second apart in this one. One light on Jason Lynch, 483, 139 mile per hour. McCann breaking out by 0.03 of a second with the beer car. 504 with a 7 and 136. Chris Bear, Jeff Ludford next up. Bear Motorsports team into Mr. Gasket Lane with a 477 dial-in. JL dials 499 with the orange car on the lane side. Almost going out, their full stage. Wow, I can't believe they're both green. 005 and 008. JL and Chris Bear. Radford's going to get the win. 501 on the 499 dial-in. Both drivers dangerously close to a red light there. It's 476 with the 8. Chris Bear broke out. He had the better right by 0.03 of a second. Both in the double O's. 146 mile per hour. Just a note to all you drivers, especially those of you that travel a lot and maybe attend some other racetracks like some of the national event facilities and whatnot, we do not have stage lock here. We do not have stage lock, meaning a third beam that's basically a guard to keep the bottom bulb lit. If you stage very, very shallow and your car has any kind of a tendency to back up when you set the trans brake, you might want to make sure that problem's either resolved or you get it inside, or make sure the RPM's up, the band's adjusted correctly. Because if you're in very, very shallow, there's a good possibility you could get red lighted. Doug Catena gets the win there. He was 000 off the mark. 2 over with a 496. Wendell Barger was 1 off, 517 on 16 dial-in, and 018 in reaction time. Scott Heinlein, Bill Prest up next. Preston to Mr. Prest rather on the lane side. Freedom, Pennsylvania, 498 dial-in. He's an FTI transmission customer. Scott Heinlein, Saginaw, Michigan, with his dragster, 489 dial-in, 498 for Prest. They're 0.09 of a second apart. Double 09 and 018 green. 491, Heinlein's 2 over. 139 mile per hour Prest, 499 139. And that was a 0.3 of a second. Margin of victory in that pair. Heinlein had the better light, moving on. Got the whole shot. Got the win with a slower, or shall we say farther off ET. Andy Schmall, Dave Davis. David over here on the lane side of the 502 dial-in. Andy Schmall. 494 dial-in on the black dragster from Minnesota. Over into Mr. Gasket lane. Schmall and Davis, red light on for David. 503, 133 mile per hour, 6,000ths margin of victory there. Schmall with a 494 at 136. They were 012 and 022 off the starting line. Brian Lampton, 500 dial in, 5 seconds flat. And Gabby Baldbridge, 508 dial in over here for the Rockford, Illinois racer on the lane side. Great start for Brian Lampton, not so good. Gabby Baldridge was late. 506 as Lampton had air to spare at the stripe. 125 mile per hour. Gabby runs dead on to 508 at 135.35. Battery action time that started with a 1. Not good. Not part of the plan. Brian Lampton moves on and Charlie Hammond. The delay box fell off. Digital delay guy. 483 dial-in and Mark Horton. Co-owner of American Race Cars. That's in Ohio, you know. Lane on the motor side. 479 dial-in's the quicker of the pair. Charlie's going to get the opportunity to lead first. Charlie with a better rate. 008-034, 487 at the finish line. 139 mile per hour, 24/10,000ths margin of victory there. Takes out Mark Horton's 480 at 138. J.P. Schuster. And his opponent, Mark Kelly, over on the lane side. Another great start here. One of the two drivers is 000. It was J.P. Schuster, but he breaks out. Mark Kelly with the win, 484, dead on 3 after a 13 light. That's a 17,000ths package there. Schuster, 510, breaks out by 18 thou after being perfect on the starting line. Will Crawford, Lane Automotive side. Back up here to his dragster, splitting his time between this ride and his Camaro of his dad's. And Richard Briscoe. Oakland, Illinois, 486 dial in, 200ths of a second apart. Will leaving first. Will Crawford goes red by 1,000th of a second. Briscoe, 016, 485 on the 86 dial-in, 141. Crawford with a 485. He's under by 300ths after a 1,000th of a second red light. Joshua Morgan, Travis Colangelo. 477 dial in Mr. Gasket Lane for Joshua. Trav's down 468 for the lane side of the American Race Cars entry. .007 and 034 off the mark. Joshua, 477. He's dead on 6. 13 thousandths package there. 140 mile per hour. Colangelo breaking out by 100th of a second. 467.0 at 149. Kurt Cheney. AJ Kasanka. Kirk's into Mr. Gasket Lane, 496 dial in, and AJ Kasanka is going to dial 485 over in the lane side. .026, no 17 reaction times. Kasanka, the better of the two, runs 486, one over, 138 mile per hour. Kirk Cheney, 498, he's two over, 135. And Karsten Bloom, lane on the motor side, Maumee, Ohio. 531 dial in, Chad Baddock, 495, he's in the Mr. Gasket Lane. With a win here, 533 is 2 over after a 27 light. He goes 118 mile per hour. Chad Baddock was 008, runs 494.7 at 136. Disco Dean Carnes comes up, 465 dial in from the Mr. Gasket Lane. Winner here last evening. Parked that blown car down the Motorplex winner circle for that $10,000 check Thursday. Chad Bradham for Rockford, Illinois, on the lane side down 481 from that with that Mullis chassis dragster. No 28 to 11. Carnes for the win here, 465. After an 011 light, he runs dead on 3. That's a 14 thousandths package. Bradham breaking out by 1,000th of a second. 480 with a 9 at 142. Caitlin Smith at the lane side, Clinton Township, Michigan, 502 dial in. And Don Hanson, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, 493 dial in. They are less than a 10th of a second apart. 900ths. .027 to 044. 493, Hanson's dead on with a 234 mile per hour. Caitlin breaks out by 3 thousandths. 5017 goes 134. Scott Taylor, Mr. Gasket side, Portage, Michigan, with a 502 dial in. 486 over the lane side, that belongs to Jesse Leonard from Minnesota. Leonard and Taylor making their way to the stripe. Taylor's wind light's going to come on. 5:03. 100th of a second over the 02 dial, and he goes 126. Jesse Leonard had the better light by 11 thousandths of a second. 014, 025. He gets the stripe, takes it by 300ths of a second, breaks out by 9. Foul. 485, 140. Breaking out on the lane side. Bill Swain. Ionia, Michigan. Mr. Gasket Lane. 487 dial in. Take on the Canadian Restaurateur. Windsor, Ontario. Yomondo's Pizza Car. 493 dial in for Johnny Pizzo. Gianni will be on the lane side. Great start for both guys. One of them's perfect. It's John Pizzo, 494 on the 93 dial in after a trip zip perfect light, 140 mile per hour. Takes a 6 thousandths margin of victory over Billy, who's dead on 3. At 140 mile per hour, that 487 run, Bill had a 015 light in another great drag race. First call, Mike Zednik next up. Hall Pass champion of the 50K, 43 dial in. Mr. Gasket side, Mike Zednik, 487 dial in for the Charlevoix, Michigan team. Be on the lane side of the racetrack. Wow, check this out. 001, 002. Wind light on Carl. 483 is dead on 7. That's an 8 thousandths package. 142 mile an hour for both drivers. Zednik. 485.6 breaks out by 14 thousandths in another very competitive race. Greg Rowe and Ricky Atkins, 466 for Rowe. Ricky's going to go in the 528. He'll be on the lane side. Dead on 7, both drivers. 466, Relou's going to get the win. He was 007 off the mark. Ricky was 012, 528 with a 7. 148 to 129, almost 20 mile an hour difference in a 5 thousandths margin of victory. That was the difference in their lights. Relou was 007, Atkins was 012, and that 5 thousandths took place right back here at the start. Another great drag race. Doug McCarty is going to get the win here. John LaBousse Jr., 2009's 50K winner, turns it red by 12 thousandths of a second. McCarty 491, 142 on the 492 dial-in. 5 seconds flat for LaBousse, out of the throttle at the 8th mile. And Chris Wallen and Steve Smith go at it in this pair. Quick purge of the nitrous oxide there for Wallen over to Mr. Gasket's side. 523 dial-in. Smith, the 499 dial-in on the lane side. Red light starts, Steve Smith. Turns it on by 2 thousandths of a second. Chris Wallen, 019 off the mark at a 5:23.9 at 132. Smith, 5 seconds flat. He goes 132 mile per hour in the 8th. Tom Dauber, Gary Fleener, next pair. Barber and Fleeter off the starting line. 200s with second advantage. Going to Tom. He's going to get the win. 007 light. 509 on the 08 dial at 124. Dauber moves on. Fleeter breaks out by 5 thousandths with a 490 run on a 91 dial at 140 mile per hour. Again, buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side, first or second round. And Kurt Waldman comes up into Mr. Gasket's side with a 493 dial in. 400ths of a second apart from his opponent, Jeff Strickland, 1994 champ, here at the 50K. 2008 Mullis chassis and a lane side. '18, 028 off the mark. 490, Jeff Strickland, 1 over, 137 mile per hour. It's a 12 10 thousandths finish line there. 493 for the Voltman car. Dead on, but a 28 light. Not good enough that time. Again, all dragsters. If you have not run second round, you're still in. All dragsters, all cars, all the time. Dragsters, 2 staging lanes if you have not ran second round yet. Dennis Rowan, Corey Griffith on the starting line, and apparently some kind of problems there for Corey. Run. Kind of a strange run there. He put it on the deck, left the starting line. It sounded like he blew tires off from it. I don't see all that, nothing all that dramatic really in his low numbers. 60-foot time at 114. He had a 22 light. He definitely was on and off the throttle there early on. Falk burning out on the lane side of that Chef-Raff racing engine between the frame rails of that dragster. 482 dial in, and Wes May with a 687 dial in the Mr. Gasket lane. Another good pair of green lights here. 8 thousandths apart. Wes May was 010. He gets the win light here. 689's 2 over at 97 mile per hour. Falk breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second after a 002 light. Runs 481.7, breaking out by 3 thou at 143 mile per hour for the dragster. Gary Williams, Mr. Gasket Lane, Bradenton, Florida. 469 dial in. Jacob Elrod on the lane side with a 462. They are a thou apart. 16 and 17 green. 469 with a 7. Gary Williams. 143 mile per hour. Takes a 4 thousandths margin of victory over Jacob Elrod's 463. It's 1 off at 149. John Cryer, Wendell Barger Sr. Next up. Cryer 489, Barger 504 on the lane side. Minus 18 thousandths foul for Wendell Barger. Josh Cryer 490's one over at 146 mile per hour for the win. 503 breaking out by 6 thousandths of a second after a minus 18 thousandths red light. Wendell Barger. Curly McClellan, Temperance, Michigan. 472 dial in Mr. Gasket Lane. And Troy Williams Jr. on the lane side. 510 dial in from Bradenton, Florida. Fire start this time. Troy Williams goes red by 2 thousandths of a second. McClellan 473, 146 mile per hour. He was 009 green. Williams 512's 2 over after a 2 thousandths red light. Chris Butcher, Brian Horton next pair. Horton on the lane side, 49 dial in for the American Race Cars team. Walbridge Automotive, North Central Ohio, and Chris Butcher. Owingsville, Kentucky, 497 dial in. For dragsters. I'll do it again. Final call, dragsters. Dragsters of any color. I called you a while ago, but again, dragsters of any color. If you have not run, need you back in the staging lanes. Round number 2. 498, 1 over Chris Butcher, 006 on the reaction time. Brian was 005, he breaks second. 488, 8 and 141. Steve Schneider, Collinsville, Illinois, 485 dial in, and Richard Kirchen, Fowlerville, Michigan, 479 dial in on the lane side. Oh, 29, 034, Kirchen, 5 thousandths of a second, quicker reaction time. 479, 144 mile per hour for Richard. 483, 17 thou under Schneider, and 141. Ty Rankle, Danny Nelson next up. Rankle into Mr. Gasket Lane, 510 dial in, and Danny Nelson. That Pro Charger on the big block Chevrolet, 451 dial in on the lane side. Red light here, Ty Rankle, 6 thousandths of a second under the green light. Danny Nelson's 014, runs 451. 155 mile per hour for the win, dead on 9. Right, Dwayne Boyer comes to the starting line from Kentucky, Mr. Gasket Lane. In Austin St. Dennis. Lane Automotive side, 513 dial in. Double 09, 022, Burrow, slight advantage in reaction time. And the win, 498, 134 mile per hour for a 200th margin of victory. Austin St. Dennis, 1 over, goes 514 and 133. All right, Greg Samuel, FTI Transmissions. Dylan Florida to Mr. Gasket Lane to the 476 dial in. Bob Drews on the lane side. 493 dial in for the St. John's Michigan racer. Actual customer of Greg Samuels as of yesterday. Red light start. Bob Jones by a foul. Double O2, Greg Samuel. Double breakout, 475.0. 147 mile per hour. Jones, 492 with a 0. Both of them under by an even hundredth of a second. 140 mile per hour for Drews. There's Mia Tedesco, 479 dial in to Mr. Gasket Lane. Jerry Lee on the lane side. 486 dial in. 700ths of a second apart here. Great start again here, 11 foul apart. One of them's perfect, and it's the winner. Mia Tedesco, 000 right, 481.5, 140 mile per hour. Jerry Lee breaking out by 8 thousandths of a second, 485.2, and 142 mile per hour. Again, buybacks available in the office. Pit side, bottom of the tower, first or second round. Bill Riddle. He'll be on the lane side in this pair. And Randy Stewart Jr., Toledo, Ohio, into Mr. Gasket Lane, dial 478. Riddle and Stewart, ready to go. A little better right there, went to Stewart. He gets the win, 479, one over at 141 mile per hour for a 5 thousandths margin of victory in that pair. Riddle dialed 485, he wins 485-1 at 141. Stewart 018 to 036 off the starting line. Protected that lead and got the job done to stripe. Eric Anderson, Don Kosenko up next. Kosenko with a 481 dial in from the lane side. Anderson going to go with a 495 for the Mr. Gasket Lane. Triple 017. Trying to win a perfect line. He's going to get the win on a double breakout. That's Anderson. 0-0-0. Perfect reaction time to the thousands. 493 breaking out by 13 thou. 139 mile per hour. Kosenka under by 14 thousandths of a second. 479.6, 144. And Dan Davies, the Diamond Race Cars guy. Mr. Gasket Lane, 480 dial in. And Ray Conley from Elyria, Ohio, on the lane side with a 464 dial in. Davies tattooed Ray Conley off the starting line. Gets the win, 481, 137 mile per hour. 464 for Ray, he was dead on 3. We had a 71 late and missed it in reaction time. Davies was 027, got the whole shot, got the win. All right, attention to pits. We need door cars. Red and silver door cars. Bring them up to the staging lanes, 3 and 4. Red and silver door cars, bring them up to the staging lanes, 3 and 4. Mike Bonebright, Mike Bloomfield. 8 thou apart in their reaction times. 491, Bone Bright's 1 over 0, goes 140 mile per hour. 466, 1 over 8 at 148, Bloomfield. Bone Bright had the better rate. Got the whole shot, got the win. John Beister got the win there, 484. 2 over after an 017 light, 143 mile per hour. Takes an 8,000th finish line. Bug McCarty 3 over the 485 dial in with a 488. David Brown, Jason Rich, next pair. Brown over to Mr. Gasket side, 503 dial in. Jason Rich on the lane side of the 472. 28 lights on both sides. Win light on Jason Rich. 473 is 1 over. He goes 148 on the lane side. 502, break it out by 3,000. David Brown at 136. There's that 1951 Army Jeep paint job. Mike Knoble, Brookfield, Wisconsin. 479 dial-in. Small block Mopar power plant. And Sean Parker over here on the lane side. Kalamazoo, Michigan, 507 dial-in. We'll be leaving first. Parker with a 004 light's going to get the win. 508, 1 over, 129 mile per hour for an 18,000th margin of victory in that one. Knoble 480 on the 79 dial-in, goes 143. All right, Steve Micas, Gary Flater next up. Flater into Mr. Gasket lane, 481 dial-in. Steve's going to get the opportunity to lead first by 0.4 of a second. 521 dial-in on the lane side for the Rally Dragster. $16 power advantage, Marcus. Win light on for Steve, 522. 1 over the 6, 132 mile per hour. That's a 12,000 stripe. 482, 1 off Fleeter, goes 140 mile per hour from the Mr. Gasket lane. Good Fordyce, Jason Falk. Fordyce man in Annapolis, Maryland. Mr. Gasket lane, dial 461. Jason Falk, 0.3 of a second slower, is going to be leaving first from the lane side. 491. Fordyce. Big trouble there, Jason Falk. Got down to the 8th mile. Fordyce was nowhere to be found. He got out of the throttle. Takes a safe number. 497, 125 mile per hour, Fordyce. Not sure what happened to him, and at this point, Bill probably isn't sure what happened to him either. In the interest of fair reporting, Falk was 001 in reaction time. Bobby Johns, Bradenton, Florida. Mr. Gasket lane with a Mullis chassis. And the Mink team with Mike Brumfield from Indiana on the lane side here. Dial 499. Johns, dial 496 of the Mosier car. 001 light, Bobby Johns, 498. 2 over for the win, 134 mile per hour. That's 11 thousandths finish line in that one. Woodfield 5 seconds flat, 135. After a 27 light. Justin Mosier, Howard Schulter, up next. Howard, that Ellis Manufacturing fella. Looking for a perfect run. Triple zero right, dead on zero. You'll be giving away a belt grinder. The first driver can put that run together during eliminations. Mosier Engineering car. Mr. Gasket side. Axlemania going on over there. That's Justin Mosier. Shelter, another great light. Shelter, another run. 004. 484, 2 over, 136. Justin with some problems off the starting line. Car a little slower than normal in 60 foot. Was off pace in the first half of the 8th mile. Runs 480, 151 mile per hour. That ain't going to get it done. And Stephen McCroy and Jason McCaig come up next. Stephen and Mr. Gasket Lane. Comes up with a perfect line of his own. Jason McCaig, 013 right there. 530 dead on 7. That's a 7 thousandths package. 126 mile per hour. McCaig, 477.7. After a 13 light, that's a 200s package. And he ain't got nothing to show. Not good enough here in the second round of day number 2. Buyback's available in the office, bottom of the tower, pit side. First or second round. Todd Banning, Matt Schaefer. Maddock over to Mr. Gasket Lane, 491 dial in, 0.2 of a second. Giving up to Matt Schaefer's 511. 8th hour apart here in reaction time. One light's going to come on to Mr. Gasket Lane with another dead-on run, 491.3, 138 mile per hour. Schaefer, 509.7, breaks out by 13 thousandths of a second. And John Parks and Ryan Pinkelman come up next. Pinkelman on the lane side, Maumee, Ohio. A lot of you might know Maumee from up in Michigan. You take 23 down like you're going to Norwalk or Cedar Point. It's that town you take for the exit, and you always make the wrong turn by the Pizza Hut there and the Marathon gas station. You end up driving through town instead of getting on a turnpike. Why is there not an actual exit off from 23 for the turnpike? I never figured that out. If I can get one of the Hortons to come up here and explain that to me. Just kidding. John Parks, 007. One light on there, Pinkelman. As the Maumee crowd goes wild. 505.1 after a 10 light. That's an 11 thousandths package. 2 thousandths margin of victory. Parks was dead on 6. Had a 13 thousandths package of that 007 light. And he gets whipped. 13 thou package, Mike. Gone. Buyback. 13 thou package back to the buyback window. Ain't happening. Nobody's getting out of here alive. Bob Payton, Joe Berman. Mr. Gasket side, Payton, 478 dial in. Joe's over on the lane side of the 492 dial. Another great start. Bowman, double run. One light on for Joe. That's a 12 thousandths package. 493.1. 140 mile per hour gets it done. 479 Payton. He's one over the 2 at a 15 light. And Bill Smith, Chuck Mink come up next. Smith and Mr. Gasket Lane, 499 dial in. Chuck Mink on the lane side from Indiana, dial 480. Slight advantage in reaction time going to Chuck Mink. BS is going to get the win, 499, dead on one. Chuck Mink won over. He had a 15 light. That was a little better, and that was a 0.006 10,000ths margin of victory going to BS. Vicious racing out there, folks. Day number 2, round number 2. He's just getting warmed up. Still early yet. Lucas Fisher. And the driver, it's the king of cleaning off the tires before the burnout. Ken Zeller. Lane Automotive side, Smithville, Missouri. 2009 Mike Ball's chassis car. 453 dial in. One of the quicker normally aspirated rides on the ground. He's got the better start here against Lucas in the Quicksilver car. Zeller with a win, 454, 249 mile per hour. That's a 7,000ths margin of victory. Lucas dead on 2, 531 at 129. He's out of here. Ricky Adkins, 497 dial in Mr. Gasket Lane. And Shane Carr in his blue, the top fuel driver, Sean Langdon, running this car over here on the lane side. Car out of Woodstock, Georgia. Multiple time NHRA National Event winner and divisional winner. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series competition. Comes up in the 018 late, and he's late. Adkins with a better start. Adkins for the win. 495 for Ricky. Double breakout. He's under by 14 thousandths. 137 mile per hour car. He's under by 14 thou. 483.6. Both of them under by 14 thousandths. Adkins with a little better tree. 003 to 018 got the win. Nick Falk. William Dickin. Falk with a 41 dial in Mr. Gasket Lane. Lane Dickin from Iowa. Lane Automotive side, 491 dial in. 2005 champion here, the 50K. Here we go again. 008, 009. Run right on. Mr. Gasket side. Dead on 7. 481. 133. 16 thousandths package for Falk gets it done. Dickin 498 after a 008 light. He was holding a thou off the mark. He gets down there and breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second with a 490 with an 8 on that 91 dial in. Jeff Burns. Johnny LaBoose Jr. Burns in the Mr. Gasket Lane with a blown car, 451 dial in. And Johnny LaBoose Jr. 488 dial for the Mopar Power Dragster on the lane side. All right, I've already called red and silver. We need blue. Blue cars to the staging lanes as well. Foul start here. Burns turns it red by 19 thousandths of a second. Johnny LaBoose 032, 487 to move on. 141 mile per hour. Burns. Little under back here, little under down there. 448 on the 51 dial. 155 mile an hour for the blown car. And Jesse Leonard. And another former winner of the 50K, Jeff Strickland. Come to the starting line. 477 dial in for Strickland, the Alabama runner. And on the lane side, Jesse Leonard from Minnesota dialed 485. Again, door cars rather, blue run stickers. Should be making their way to the lanes at this time. Red and silver's already been called. They should be in the lanes. All colors, door cars, should be in the staging lanes. Red light, Jesse Leonard. 2,000ths under a green light over there in the Mr. Gasket Lane. Strickland's 009. 474 is under his dial in, but once Jesse turned it red, Jeff could pretty much do anything other than cross the center line, hit the wall, and he was going to be moving on to round number 3. 474. 146. Leonard also under the dial in by a thou, 484. Hit 143. Wes May, Mr. Gasket side. 82 Buick with a 694 dial in. Jeff Ludford, lane side, 48 dial in. Oh 19, oh 16, Jeff Ludford with 3 thousandths of a second advantage. May with the win, 694 with a 297 mile per hour for 12 thousandths MOV. Jeff was dead on 6, 488, 139, 22 thousandths package, not good enough in this round. Mark Talmadge, Mike Bloomfield Jr., 662 dial in for the 69 Camaro from Ohio. And Talmadge, if you got your cameras and your smartphones out with a camera feature on it, you want to get a cool flick, watch this Vega when he turns it loose on the starting line, because he's going to leave with the wheels in the air. And he's going to be chasing down that 69 Carrera 606 dial on Mr. Gasket Lane. Another great launch from Mark Talmadge. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. That is a cool car. He's through over the number after a triple zero perfect light. Talmadge moves on. Well, 608, 111 mile per hour, 5 thousandths finish line. 663, Mike Bloomfield. He had a 13 light, and he gets tattooed by the little Vega. Here's another Vega on the lane side. That's Fred Swade. Sheboygan, Michigan, 647 dial in, one of our local racers. And Jeremy McKegg, 584 dial in, Mr. Gasket side. 15 foul apart reaction time. One light comes on for McKegg as Fred breaks out by a foul. 584 2, 111 mile per hour for Jeremy. As he'll move on to round number 3. And Gary May and Chad 6 will be our next pair. Gary May is going to get the win. Chad 6 gets the LB3A. See, apparently forgot the numbers in the box. 603 with a 9, 111 mile per hour. Chad literally took off on the top bulb. May 690, 98 mile per hour after a 20 light. Moving on to round number 3. And again, buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower. Pit side, buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower. Pit side, Jim Rankle and Kelly Smith. Off the mark, there goes Kelly. 7 foul apart reaction time with 2 good green lights. Kelly Smith on the win, 584, he's dead on, 119 mile per hour. Rankle breaking out by 3 foul, even though he had the better light by 7, 013 to 020. 110 mile per hour for the Dart. Andy Schmall, 71 Vega into Mr. Gasket Lane. This one's from Minnesota, 650 dial in. And the Canadian, Johnny Simeone. Sudbury, Ontario. The Autorab car. Dial's 597 here. I'll be racing on the lane side. Double 65 for Johnny Simeone. Andy Schmall, 649 to the 3, 105 mile per hour. Simeone, 400s under with a 593. Hit 116. All right, Brandon Schmale. 2011 Summit Bracket Finals. Champion of the world. Went to Pomona and clean house. Carries the big number 1, the 70 Challenger into Mr. Gasket Lane with a 6:34 dial-in. And Jess Kearns. Milan, Michigan, 67 Nova on the lane side. Swept the weekend a couple weeks ago in Pro Bracket. Now back up here running Super Pro. 6:23 dial-in. Be spotting the Mopar by 1100ths of a second. Brandon Small had a better rate by a nickel, just missed the tree. Small, 638, 100 mile per hour, just two over with a 625 at 110. Thomas Whitaker, Mark Dauberstein, two door cars roll up here. 71 Dodge, 68 Camaro, Dauberstein lane side, 554. Whitaker, 1400ths of a second quicker in the dial, 540. Mr. Gasket Lane. Great start for both drivers, 006, 007, one light on, Whitaker. Dead on 6. 129 to speed at a 541. Dauberstein, 554.5. He's dead on. That is a 0, 0, 0, 1. 10 thousandths margin of victory. Closest race of the weekend. It's unbelievable, Mike. Madness out there. They're killing each other. Cutting each other off at the knees. No deals being made. Jeffrey Westinghauser II. Bellevue, Michigan, that 76 Vega panel wagon, 584 dial-in. Stephanie Bayer, 553 dial-in for the 27T over here on the lane side. Again, buybacks available in the office, bottom of the tower. Pit side of the racetrack. Finished her second round, $150 buyback. Keeps you in the game for $10,000 this evening. Again, all cars. For all door cars should be in the staging lanes to get round number 2 wrapped up. 20 lights a pair here. Westinghouse over the win. He's run over with a 585, 120 mile per hour. That's a 23 thousandths margin of victory there. Stuff was 2 over 555 at 127 mile per hour. Mark Stevenson, Granger, Indiana. That all red. Vintage 1990s looking pro stock car. 526 dial-in on the lane side. And Joe Small, Lino Lakes, Minnesota. 7 seconds flat dial-in for that 69 Sport Fury, the Fast and Furious team. Being the Mr. Gasket Lane. There goes Joe. And Stevenson's off the mark, and Mark is in trouble. 48 light ain't going to get it done here. Small 005, 703. Mopar had a little room to work with at the stripe, 94 mile per hour. Stevenson was 1 over, 527 at 133, but he missed it on the starting line. Scott Horline, or Bob. Maybe it's Bob. We'll go with Bob. 625 dial-in, Mr. Gasket Lane for the Hype Precision 73 Duster. And Larry Murray, lane side, the Mustang Roadster. Great reaction time. He is perfect. Gets it done with a 626 run, 106 mile per hour. Trip, zip, perfect reaction time. Larry Murray, 630. Scott Horline, 5 over. He was 23 green and got ambushed on the starting line. 000 lights, Mikey, have been cheap today. Big time. Jeff Burness, Jason Lynch. Jason and Mr. Gasket Lane, the quick Corvette Roadster, 501 dial-in. And Jeff Burness, Jeff and Larry and family from Saginaw, Michigan. On the lane side, to a 630 dial-in, that 80 Malibu wagon. Jeff took a step back when he set the trans brake, but he's going to be okay. Both of them with lights in the teens. 505 win, Jason Lynch. 4 over 131 mile per hour. Burness missed the dial in by a nickel. 635 and 109. Ed Byer, Al Hodder, next pair. Bauer runner-up last evening to John Lindenberry in the Dorcar Gambles race. 579 dial in into Mr. Gasket Lane, and Alan Hodder, Bay City, Michigan fireman, dialed 661. Double 03, double 09, Hodder and Bauer. Great lights on both sides. 581 win for Ed Byron, the Monza. 114 mile per hour. That's a 16,000 stripe there. Al Hodder 3 off, 564 with the Camaro. He goes 105. And Greg Collins was here at the 50 last year running his undercover dragster. Now at the wheel of this 72 Challenger to take on our early season points leader in our regular bracket competition. Terry Ballman, Birch Run, Michigan. Lane Automotive side of the Chevy 2, 654 dial in. Only 4 thousandths apart here in another great race. 602, 654, win right on for Collins. 605, 116 as Terry breaks out by 6 thou. 653 at 106. Scotty Bannock, John Nagy, next pair. Scotty Bannock, John Nagy, 704 dial in for Scotty, Mr. Gasket side. The 85 Mustang, Nagy off the mark. Camaro kind of porpoised a bit, but he's still in the hunt. 2-foul partner action times, he's going to get the win. 671. Even though the car had kind of a weird gyration as it kind of stepped out of the groove right off the starting line. Nagy runs dead on 6. 671, 101 mile per hour, a 25 10,000ths margin of victory. Baddock was 2 thousandths better with a 19 green. He's won over at 7050 at 97 mile per hour, and another great drag race. Tim Hyges, lane side, 95 Beretta. Hyges performance car, 555 cubic inch. Big Block Chevrolet taking on the Dodge Avenger. Jeff Melnick, the Big Block Chrysler, 534 dial in. 2 pro stock style cars making their way to the 8th mile. Melnick's out of par. Win right on Hyges, 550. 126 mile per hour for Tim and Jeff Melnick. Problems again for the Avenger. Apparently maybe didn't shift. As he's been besieged what we perceive to be driveline problems here all day. Chris Butcher. Scotty Richardson's Drag Racing School, grassroots bracket racing season. Sponsoring our live video provided by dragstory.com. Tell all your friends and family they should be tuning in to watch us live right now on motormaniatv.com. Where they'll see John Lindenberry and Chris Butcher on the starting line right now. Lindenberry, the Gamblers winner last night for Dorcar. 16 right, John's got the better tree. John's got the win, 587, 110 out of the throttle at the stripe. 685, Butcher missed it by a nickel, 96 mile per hour. All right, Brian Falk, Mr. Gasket Lane, Durant, Illinois, with the 07 Camaro, 67 body style. Roadster, 511 dial in, Joe Hessling for Kearns Motorsports, Team Mallard entry. Toledo, Ohio on the lane side, 604 dial in. Start, Joe Hessling turns it red by 2 thousandths of a second. Falco 17, dead on 2, 511, 142 mile an hour. Hessling, after a 2 thousandths foul, breaks out by 17 thou with a 602 run at 118. Here's Mike Toon, the 70 Duster, and Chicago racer Andrew DiPiazza. Right, De Piazza staging very, very carefully. Slight advantage of reaction time to Andrew. Breaks out. Turns going to get the win with a dead-on 1-1. Dead-on 2-1, rather. 661 at 106. He was 29 green. Andrew was 016. Breaks out by 8 thousandths. 128 the speed for the Camaro. And another Camaro comes up behind him. That's last year's 50K winner, the Harlow Tire entry, Matt Cornell. And his dad, Rick, Monroe, Michigan. 576 dial into Mr. Gasket Lane, Bill Warchuk. Corliss River, Ontario, the Chevrolet Blood out of Canada with a 541 dial in. Giving chase to Cornell. Warchuk, better start. 009 right, 542 gets the win. 129 mile per hour, 14 thousandths finish line as Warchuk gets it done. Cornell went off 577 after a 31 right. All right, Larry Zion, the Illinois racer. That ultra clean looking 72 Nova. 595 dial in, be racing for the Mr. Gasket side. And Joe LeCompte, 646 dial in with the Camaro. Zion's going to get the win. 598 on the 95 dial. Takes a 100th of a second margin of victory at 116. LeCompte 649, 3 off after a 38 light, goes 110 mile per hour. Will Crawford. Nick Goodluck at 81 Camaro from Painesville, Ohio. That's Tom Reese. 550 dial in, Mr. Gasket Lane. Crawford with a 67, Gen 1 Camaro lane side. 629 dial in. We need round number 3. Again, buybacks available. The office, bottom of the tower. Got to be in it to win it. 10K up for grabs. And we need red and silver run stickers. Dragsters back to the staging lanes. Red and silver run stickers for the dragsters. Round number 3 competition back to the staging lanes. Reese, Crawford on the starting line. Or 22. Reese with the win. 2 over a 550, 120 mile per hour. Crawford couldn't run a number. 637 at 109. Ed Hall. Veteran bracket racer from Vicksburg, Michigan. At 76 Vega. 625 dial in on the lane side. Eric Johnson, 66 Chevy 2. Mr. Gasket Lane, 7th hour park reaction times. Wind light on Johnson, 2 over 616. 110 mile per hour. Eddie goes 630 at 110. Joe Bowman. Mr. Gasket side back up here with the Corvette Roadster. Chesaning, Michigan Auto Parts store owner, 557 dial in. And Jason Jensen, 615 dial. Lane Automotive side, Vicksburg, Michigan. The 65 Malibu. What? Double 05 and 024, Joe Bowman. Gets the win, 560, 117 mile per hour, tightened it up to a 33 thousandths MOV. Jensen was 024, 616 at 111. Final player of the round, the driver sitting on the bye run, Mike Nietzsche, Door Slammers Chassis Fab car. Lane Automotive side, take on Saginaw, Michigan's Dale Pollock, 627 dial in the Horn Line Duster. Good green lights appear. Mike Mitchie almost perfect off the starting line. 565, 119 mile per hour as he was out of the throttle at the finish line. Pollock, 629 after a 25 right. And 109 over by 200ths of a second. Round number 3, first pair, Bob Jennings, Dalton Samuel. Samuel, 474 dial in, Mr. Gasket side for the Florida racer. And Bob Jennings. That's that Mississauga, Ontario group. Lane Automotive side. Now I guarantee you, Bob pulls out the dragster. He is the king of the drive-in at Mississauga. He'll be on the lane side, Dalton into Mr. Gasket lane. First pair here, round number 3. Bob's the king of this pair, 007, James Bond Green, 496. He's 4 off, only goes 128, but that's all he needed. Problems for Dalton Samuel. He's only 11 off the starting line. That was competitive, but he couldn't run a number. Couple of tenths off. Jennings moves on to the next round. Bug McCarty, Josh Crair. Mr. Gasket's side, Crair, 490 dial-in. The South Bend, Illinois, 2012 Trick Chassis. Good-looking race car. And Bug McCarty on the lane side, 492. 002 and 020. Stripe, one right on Mr. Gasket lane. 489 double breakout with a 6. 4th foul under. 145, Crair with the win. McCarty, 489.9, breaking out by over a couple of hundredths with 137 mile an hour speed. John Rankle. Steve McCrory, next up. Rankle Rise team. Mr. Gasket side, 508 dial and 200ths of a second apart with Steve McCrory with a 510 for the Georgia racer. McCrory in the better of the two other conservative rights at this point. He was 029, Rankle was in the 50s. 516, 115 mile per hour. McCrory moves on. Rankle took a 500ths of a second finish line. That was too much. He breaks out. Kelly Smith and Kenny Underwood. Evans Construction, Team Hustler Racing. Kenny Underwood, runner-up last night with a Camaro. Broke the crank. 529 dial in here in the dragster. And this borrowed race car. Kelly Smith, 522. Little better weight going to Underwood. He's going to get the win. 529 with a 3. 129 mile per hour after an 18 right. Kelly's 032. Herman runs dead on 5. 130 mile per hour. And Jimmy McKay and Randy Falk come up next. Falk and Mr. Gasket lane to the 488 dial. McKay, 481. Giving up the handicap by 700ths of a second to the Falk camp. Me on the lane automotive side with that Danny Nelson race cars entry. 014, 008. 488, 136 mile an hour. Falk gets the win, dead on 7, 15 thousandths package. McCaig went over, 482.2. And 014 reaction time for a 26 thousandths package and 11 thousandths margin of victory when you do the math. Going further, Todd Rise in the water box. Two Ohio racers squared off here in round number 3. This falls into Mr. Gasket's side. 478 dial in. Todd's on the lane side. He's going to go with a 509. Gary Thorner, Todd Rise will win. 32 right and a 5:10 run, 134 mile per hour. 481 on the 81 or the 78 dial. And his Fleeter misses on both ends. Scotty Taylor. And Jeremy McCormick. Sawmill owner from Fountain, Michigan. That's up north. Mr. Gasket side, 494 dial in. Taylor out of Portage, Michigan. The other lane side, he's going to go with a 495. And they're off and running. McCormick, Taylor. McCormick with a run, 494. He's dead on. And a 12 right, that's a 19 thousandths package there. 137 mile per hour. Taylor is one over, 496, 135 with a 20 light. Not bad. Not good enough. Chris Sullivan. Sullivan Racing Crew. Vernon, Illinois. To Mr. Gasket Lane. He's going to go with a 482. And Nick Falk. With the house car from Huntsville Racing Engines. 475 dial-in. He'll be on the lane side. Oh, 23, oh, 42. Starting with a better start. Gets the run, 483, 137 mile per hour for a 15 thousandths margin of victory. 475, Nick Folk goes dead on. They had a 40 right. And as you probably figured out to this point, that's not going to be able to play for too long here this afternoon. Gil Williams, Chris Kuncher, Eau Claire, Wisconsin. 504 dial-in. Gary Williams, the Overkill Motorsports car from Bradenton, Florida. That's a 2010 Phantom chassis. 513 dial-in. He's on the way inside. Triple zero right. Gary Williams gets the win with a 514 run, 130 mile per hour, 19 thousandths package with that perfect light. Takes an 8 thousandths finish line. 505 or 504 rather. Country is dead on too. He had a 25 light. That wasn't going to get it done there. Now when that Gary Williams is going trip, zip, zero, perfect on the starting line. Jerry Class hopes to do the same. I would think that would be his plan. 525 dial-in. He's on the lane side. Random Lake, Wisconsin. That's another one of those trick chassis cars. And rookie driver Justin Fordyce, Annapolis, Maryland. 460 dial-in for he and his dad, Bill. And Jerry Class. I said his plan would be to cut a perfect light. How about a 006? Not far off. One over. 526-2. 18 thousandths package gets it done in that one. Justin, the rookie driver, had a 40 light that time. Runs 459-4, breaking out. Jason Rich, Tennessee racer on the lane side here in this pair with a 479 dial-in. And Scott Hornline, that colorful dragster. He and his dad, Bob, out of Saginaw, Michigan. Over to Mr. Gasket Lane, 489 dial-in. 10th of a second apart. Pair of 50 lights and the Hornline's a foul better. Rich is going to get the win, 478 and a double breakout, 143 mile per hour. He is 8 thou under. Hornline's 14 thou under, 487.6, 141. And Jason Rich moves on. Scott is gone. And Troy Williams. And Mia Tedesco. Now, being how Troy Williams just ran a couple pairs ago and had a 000 light, I'm kind of questioning whether or not this is actually Troy Williams at the wheel of this car. Because I thought Jason Rich and him might be sharing driving duties in this vehicle, but we just saw Jason Rich run a moment ago. So I'm just as confused as you are. Mystery Dial over on the lane side just gave up 8 thousandths of a second reaction time to Mia. It's not going to matter who's driving it now. Mia's got the win. She's 100th over with a 0, 493 at 140. Takes a 5 thousandths finish line. That's a 15-foul package. 477.7. Lane Automotive side, after a 13 light, that's a 200s package. And got treed. Done. Finished. Out of here. Buddy Farrell. Jeff Strickland. 489, 492. Strickland the quicker. Buddy Farrell will be leaving first. Mr. Gasket side. Brighton, Tennessee. Strickland out of Alabama. Start. Jeff Strickland goes right by 3 thousandths. Buddy Farrell 014. 491.4. Breaking out by 6 thousandths of a second when Strickland turned the red bulb on by 3 thou. Didn't really matter what Buddy did, as long as he kept it in the groove and crossed the finish line. All he had to do was take the tree at that point. Now Buddy actually was leaving first. As long as he didn't cross the center line or hit the wall, he was in good shape. Brian Lambton. He is ready every time he comes up here. Rolls through the water box quick. Comes to a rather abrupt. Smokes the tires. Pre-stages. Does that all within about 3 seconds. Amy Coachin's a little bit more deliberate with her pre-staging procedure. 503 dialing for Amy on the lane side. Brian's going to go with a 5 flat to Mr. Gasket lane. Amy's got the better start, 003. Gets down there first and breaks out by 6 thou. Lambton dead on, 5 seconds flat with an 8. After an 018 reaction time. 135 mile per hour, Amy. 5024. And Karsten Boom and Doug Katina come up next. Katina into Mr. Gasket lane, Lake City, Minnesota. 493 dialing. Karsten Boom, carburetor burner from Maumee, Ohio. 531 dialing it, lane side. Oh, 27, 041. Boom with a better start. Gets the win. 529's a breakout run by 17 thousandths of a second. Over to Mr. Gasket lane. Katina was 19 thou under. That's 2 thousandths of a second farther under the dial in. And Karsten Bloom gets the win by being closer to his dial. Again, several dragsters should be making their way to the staging lanes if they're not already there. All cars, all dragsters should be in the staging lanes. They're still in round number 3. Jeff Hara, Jeff Ledford. Going to Mr. Gasket lane, 491 dial-in, Jeff Ledford. From just across the potato field there, Stanton, Michigan. Another great start for JR. He is almost perfect. Going to get it done with a 499 run. That's dead on. 12 thousandths package in that one. Takes a 9 thousandths finish line. Her was dead on run at a 20 late. That's a 21 thousandths package. 12 thou beats 21 in this case. Ledford moves on. Hara is gone. And Wes May and Steve Micas come up next. Wes is into Mr. Gasket lane. 688 dial-in for the Malibu wagon. And the Ransom Racer, Steve Micas, Ashley, Michigan. 522 dial-in for the Rally Drag. Little better late by 100th going to West Main. Dark Horse going to get it done here. 688 dead on 7, 98 mile per hour for 8 thousandths. Margin of victory in another great race. Steve Mikas was 029, runs dead on 5. Missed the tree a little bit and West tattooed him. Mark Martin and Randy Shield Jr. Shield out of Toledo, Ohio, Mr. Gaskett's side of the Bear Motorsports crew. And Mark Martin, co-owner of American Race Cars from Millbury, Ohio, on the lane side of the Moser Engineering dragster. Red light start, Mark Harden. 005 foul and Randy Shore. 476. After an 016 late, 146 mile per hour moving on. And Jeff Burns strikes the tires there in the water box of that Boom Big Box Chevrolet. 448 dial on Mr. Gaskett's side for the Tennessee racer. And Todd Brown, Mount Sterling, Kentucky, on the lane side of the 490 dial in. A little over 1 full bulb difference in the handicap here. Todd Brown is in trouble. Brian Carr is almost perfect off the starting line, 003. Todd had a 78 late. It's not going to play here. 451 on the 48 dial and 147 mile an hour Jeff Burns. Todd Brown 490 was dead on 9. But got the Christmas tree knocked over in the lane side. Jason Lynch, Bill Prest. Tennessee versus Pennsylvania starting line in this matchup. Lynch, 484 dial in. Bill Prest is going to go with a 5 flat from the lane side. Oh 12, 022, Preston Lynch off the mark. Jason Lynch with the win here, went over with a 485 free, 133 mile per hour. Rolling out of the throttle there at the finish line. He parked it, Bill Prest. Breaking out, 497 at 139. You can take it. Didn't work out, for Bill at least. Mark Kelly, Troy Coughlin Jr. for Jags.com and Coughlin Brothers Racing, TJ Jr., TC Jr., 486 dial on Mr. Gaskett's side, Mark Kelly, New Jersey racer. From over in the Garden State on the East Coast, lane side, 484. 100th of a second apart. 006 and 016, win light, double breakout, Kelly. 483's 2,100, goes 143 mile per hour. Coughlin Jr. breaks out by 6 thou, 485 and 144. Mike Bloomfield Jr., Mr. Gasket Lane, 460 dial in. Jason Folk on the lane side, 0.3 of a second back with a 490, is going to be leaving first. Again, all dragsters, all colors should be in the staging lanes. We're in round number 3 of competition here for a $10,000 Friday main event. Midfield, 30 off the mark. Can't do that. Against the quality racer Jason Falk. 490, he's dead on 8. 200ths of a second package even after a 12 light. 139 mile per hour. Bloomfield. 460 was dead on 6. But Falk covered him up in the starting line. Got the whole shot, got the win. Don Kasanka. Lane side, White House, Ohio. And Bobby Johnson, Bradenton, Florida. 2007 Mullis chassis with one of the Mosher Engineering cars, dial 497 from the Mr. Gasket lane. Double 07 and 025. Johns with the better 3. Dead on 3. That's a 100th of a second package there. 134 mile per hour Kasanka. 479 breaking out by 9 foul after a 25 late. Dennis Lund, the Iowa racer, Mr. Gasket side, 490 dial Chad Bradham, Rockford, Illinois, 481 from the Lane Automotive side. Lights a pair here, advantage to Chad Bradham. Gets the win. One over the 482 line, goes 142 mile per hour in another close race. 4 thousandths of a second margin of victory, covers up Lund's 490. He's dead on 9 at a 29 late. Not good enough. Don Hansen, AJ Kasanka. Kasanka on the win side, 485 dial in, Don Hansen. Palm Beach Gardens, Florida with 492 dial. Great start in this bar. 001, 004, win right on Kasanka. 485, 141. That's a 3 thousandths margin of victory in that pair as he is dead on 4. 7 thousandths package in the lane side. Dead on 9 after a 001 light Hansen. That's a 100th of a second package over to Mr. Gasket lane, and he's packing it up. Ricky Atkins, Mike Brumfield. 495, 472. Winfield, the Ming Motorsports car. That's Steve Schmidt power plant. Behind Mike, Ricky Atkins. Chassis builder from Milan, Michigan. 495 dial in. Leaving first in the He leaves first in the 02C and a 2000s red light. Ricky Atkins is done. Winfield, 022, 472. Dead on 0, 148 speed. Ricky coasts on through the 657 after the red light. Joshua Morgan, Mr. Gasket lane, 475 dial in. And New Jersey racer Tom Dabber runner-up to TJ here last evening. 508 dial in. That was in our Dragster Gamblers race. Tom will be on the lane side. Another great start. 005 over to Mr. Gasket lane, the 475 dead on run. That's a 12 foul package, 145 mile per hour. Tom Dauber 2 over 510 after a 12 light. He goes 124 at the stripe, parking it at the 8th mile. You can take it. Whoops. Need to have the advantage at the starting line a lot of times for that game to work. Kirby McClellan, Austin St. Dennis. Austin, the rookie driver, 16 years of age, has already been in the winner's circle 2 times this summer. Another good start here. Kirby McClellan providing the opposition to Mr. Gasket Lane. Austin's going to get the win. He is 0-14, 5-14, on the 5-14 dial in, 8 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory. Kirby is dead on 9. That is 17 late. In a lot of cases, that'd be a great run, but not here this afternoon. Richard Briscoe, Caitlin Smith. Richard Briscoe, 485 dial in, a 10.5 difference here, giving up the handicap to Caitlin Smith. Caitlin and her dad Steve from Clinton Township, Michigan. 24-year-old financial analyst over here on the lane side. Getting set to go. All right, we need all cars, all door cars, all the time. Back to the staging lanes. They're still in competition for round number 3. All door cars, back to the lanes. Briscoe, 200ths of a second better at the train, 485 win. That's dead on. That's a 19 thousandths package, 142 mile per hour. Caitlin breaks out by 1,000, 499.9 at 138. John Bastier. This is from Savage, Minnesota. Home alcohol dragster racer Jeff Hamlick, that North Star Machine team. Runs the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. And John LaBousse Jr., many-time, multi-time bracket racing champion. Winner here in 2009 of the 50K. Lane Automotive side from White House, Tennessee. 488 dial in on the lane side. Bastier, 485. Another great start. Good race shaping up. LaBousse, 490. 2 off, 126 mile per hour. He dumped. Let Bastier take it. He breaks out by 0.04 of a second. Even though he had the better reaction time, that time, it worked out for John LaBousse. Mike Brownbright, 490, Lane Automotive side. And Joe Bowman, 492 dial in. We need all the door cars in round number 3. Back to the staging lane 7 and 8. All door cars back to lane 7 and 8. Start Mike Brownbright, Joe Bowman moving on. 0-15 right, dead on 3, 492, 140 mile per hour for Joe. 18 thousandths package there, Brownbright, under on both ends, 005 red, 489.8, under by 2. Dwayne Blair, Travis Colangelo. 498 dial in, Mr. Gasket side. For Dwayne, Danny Nelson Racecraft car. And Colangelo, Sheffield Village, Ohio. Fabricator and builder down at American Race Cars. 466 on the lane side. Well, a little bit of reaction time. Doesn't matter, Colangelo's going to get the win on a breakout. Dead on 5 run, 466, 150 mile per hour. Got away with one there a little bit. And Chris Wallen, Spencer, Ohio. That A&H collision car. Got some kind of weird Japanese writing up there in the cowl. I'm not sure if that means Chris Wallen and like Japanese, but it looks neat. Both Lane alongside. Points leader for Super Pro here at Mid Michigan. 487 dial in. Mr. Gasket side. Chris will be leaving first at a 523. Start from Billy, goes right by 8 thousandths of a second. 1-0-2, 524 is 1 over, 16 thousandths package, 132 mile per hour. Billy under on both ends, 008 red, 486.9 under by 1,000 at 87 dial-in. Dan Davies, White House, Ohio. And David Davis out of Toledo. Yeah, all door cars, rather. All dragsters should already be here, or long since been here. We're deep in the dragster eliminations here in round number 3. Need all the door cars, though, back to the staging lanes. All colors. All door cars back to the lanes. Davies, 480. Davis, 501. Little better light go to David Davis. 502, 133, a 6,000ths margin of victory there in another tight race. Dan Davies, a diamond race car guy, goes dead on 2. 480 to 142, but David Davis had a better weight. Got the whole shot, got the win. Richard Kirchin. Lane side of the 478 dial-in. And Mike Cadamo, Brookfield, Wisconsin, in the Mopar Power Dragster. Sporting a U.S. Army Jeep paint job. 41-year-old paint salesman who goes with a 480 dial-in. And 21 in reaction time. Richard Kirchin with the win. 480 on the 78 dial-in, 145. Cadamo breaks out. 478 by 12,000ths of a second. The Army Jeep Dragster breaks out. Richard moves on to the next round. Danny Nelson and Bruce Call come up next. Nelson, 450 dial-in, the big block Pro Charger powered car. Carl, 483 dial-in. 016, 032. Nelson with the advantage, and he's got the win. 452, 152 mile per hour. 14,000ths margin of victory in that one. Carl went over. 484 at 142. He had a 32 reaction time. It's Greg Rue, 466. And Ray Conley, 464 on the lane side. Again, all door cars of all colors have been called to the staging lanes for the third round. Better right, and a double breakout. He's going to get the win. 465 is under by 3,000, 147, but his win light's flashing on the Mr. Gasket scoreboard. 463, Ray Conley is under by 9,000ths of a second. Relu, 25,000ths better reaction time. He was in the 20s. Ray Conley in the 40s. Scott Taylor, Sean Parker next up. 502, 507, a nickel a partner dials. Taylor the quicker of the pair. Parker's going to be leaving first. Again, all door cars have been calling the lanes for round number 3. All colors of the door cars should be the staging lanes. Another case where one driver's in the 20s and the other's in the 40s. Sean Parker's going to get it done. He had a better light. 23 to 040. 506 to 6,000 under. It doesn't matter. Taylor Little tardy off the mark, tried to make it up the stripe. 5 seconds flat. 19th thou under was too much. Mike Bloomfield. Brian Falk, 481, 467. They'll be our next pair. Bloomfield and Falk, 20 and 21 green. Double breakout win, Bloomfield, 466, breaks out by 9 thou, 146 mile an hour. Falk under by 11 thousandths with a 479 run, goes 143. Disco Dean Carnes, winner last night with a blown car with a Gerardo injection on the top. 464 dial in, Mr. Gasket's side, 0.3 of a second apart. From Johnny Pizzo, from Armando's Pizza, for the restaurateur. From Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Be on the lane side. Fire start, John Pizzo. 6 thousandths of a second red. Carnes was 13 green. 2 off 466 goes 152. 492 with a 7. Pizzo under on both ends. Eric Anderson, Stephen McCrory. $493 dial in for Eric Anderson, Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And Steve McCrory, $529 dial in on the lane side, Taylorsville, Georgia. Double 418. $529 win rate for McCrory's. He's dead on. That's an 8,000s package. Didn't give Anderson a lot of room to work with. Just with that 18 late. Breaks out by 13 thou. Made the stripe really tight, but he wasn't going to win with that reaction time. So Anderson's gone. McCrory moves on. And Todd Bannock and Randy Shear Jr. back up on the starting line. Randy and Mr. Gasket's side. 477 dial in for the Bear Motorsports team. One half of that crew, along with Chris Bear, we'll be seeing, I believe, later on. Todd Bannock, 490 dial in. Adrian Michigan on the lane side. Both drivers staging very cautiously. In their way, 004, 007. And the great power rates, 479, 140 mile per hour. 7 thousandths finish line there. Bannock 3 off, 490 at 141. Both drivers off the number, just by a hair. Chris Butcher at Owensville, Kentucky. And Jason Rich next up. 473 dial in for Jason, giving up the handicap to Butcher. That pretty blue car. Blue and silver and white. Mr. Gasket's side, dial 497. Number 07 and 010. 3 thou advantage going to Butcher. 473. He's dead on 8. 144 mile per hour. Jason Rich gets the win. Butcher 300ths of a second off, 5 seconds flat as he parked into the stripe. Let Jason take the finish line. Drove around him, but he was safe. He gets the win. He moves on to round number 4. Again, final call, door cars. You should already be there. All cars were asked to come to the staging lanes for round number 3. If you're not there, you're late. Mia Tedesco and Bill Smith, Cedar Springs, Michigan. Bill and Sharon on the lane side. Mia got Bill coming up here at 481, 138 mile per hour. She was 007 off the starting line, and BS was a little later than that. 497 on the 98 dial, and Bird breaks out, goes 138. Gary Williams and Ken Zar. Williamson, Braden, and Ford on Mr. Gasket's side, 468 dial in. Ken Zar, Smithfield, Missouri. He's on the lane side. Another great start. 000-009. One light on Gary Williams. 466, 146 in the double breakout. That's under by 13,000. Zar breaks into the 440s. Quickest run of the weekend. He's under by 22 thousandths of a second. Hottest part of the day. Ken Zar steps up. Unfortunately, that doesn't pay any money in bracket racing. Jeff Strickland, Ryan Pickleman, 505, Mr. Gasket's side. And Strickland, 477 dial in. 016, 027 off the mark. Strickland in the 477, dead on run. 21 thousandths package there, runs 135 mile per hour. Pickleman breaks out by 9 thou, the 504-1 at 136. Bug McCarty, 483. And there's that Howard Schulter. Kind of quietly sawing his way through the field. A lot of great lights for the Wisconsin racer representing Ellis Manufacturing. He's good on the starting line, but Bug's a little better. He's going to get the win. 484, 134 mile per hour. The Hazelhurst, Georgia crew goes wild. Schulter, 017, breaks out by 2 thou, 481. At 143. Corey Griffith, New Albany, Ohio. 36-year-old position on the lane side. Nick Folk, Durand, Illinois. Mr. Gasket Lane, 480. 900ths of a second apart. Corey will get the opportunity to lead first. Oh, 013, 051, Nick Falk, 482, 141 mile per hour. Corey Griffith, 489, under by 11 thousandths. And Nick Falk, we'll see him back in round number 4, Roy Blair. Kentucky racer to Mr. Gasket Lane, Ricky Atkins back up here on the lane side. The chassis builder from Milan, Michigan, 527 dial in. Start, Roy Blair goes led by 1 thou. 528, Ricky Atkins, 125 mile per hour after a 005 reaction time. 486, Blair under on both runs. 1 thou back here. 23 thou down there. Not good. Atkins moves on. Wes May and Tim Hyde just come up next. He's wearing to our door cars now here for round number 3. May in the 82 Buick, G-body car, dialed 694. And Tim Hedges, net 95 Beretta, dialed 549 on the lane side. I just on a deck for a long time. The match is made darn near to the thousandths in reaction time. Doesn't matter. May's got the win. 695, one over the 8, 95 mile per hour. Hodges didn't run a number. 553, 125 mile per hour for the door car. Andy Schmall, Mr. Gasket Lane, that 71 Vega down 650. Mark Doberstein, who in that last round is involved with a great race. 3 zeros and a 1, 10 thousandths margin of victory, unfortunately for Mark. He got the slip with a big L on it. 554 Darwin, lane side. Not sure what happened to Mark there. He comes up with a 3-0-1 red light. Small is 018 green. Andy won 648 with a 305 mile per hour. Mark with a 579 run after a rather bizarre episode there on the starting line. Numbers way off at 60 foot. Lost like 0.2 of a second there. 0.2 of a second dial-in. And Joe Schmall comes back up with the 69 Sport Fury. Larry Murray in the Mustang Roadster. Couldn't ask for two more diverse race cars. Great reaction time, Joe Schmall. Larry is in trouble. 000 race. Schmall, 701. He's dead on 4. That is a 4 thousandths package for the 69 Plymouth. Larry Murray missed the tree at an 89 light, 626. That's not going to get it done. Especially when we got that Joe Schmall over in the other lane putting together a 4 thou package. Trip zip, dead on 4. Getting the win, he left Larry no room. They left him a little bit of room, but Larry wasn't there to take advantage of it. John Nagy, 671 dial-in on the lane side from Elyria, Ohio. And Jeffrey Wistinghauser the second. The thumbs up team, 76 Vega, down 585. Nagy with a 671. Another perfect reaction time. This time it's Nagy, who's won over with a 672.8. That's I want to do the math. Yeah, 18 thousandths package, 102 mile per hour. Wistinghauser, who had a 24 light. He made up a big portion of that, made it almost an even finish line, but breaks out with a 582 on the 85 dial-in. You ain't going to win it that way. 000 perfect light, John Nagy. Second one in a row, Larry Zion, Bill Warchuk, Beretta versus the Nova. Bill gets down there, chases him down. Zion breaks out after taking a straight by 7 thousandths of a second. That was 8 thousandths too much. If you do the math, Bill Warchuk, 540 with 7 is 3 thousandths of a second under. He's closer to the number. Larry Zion, 596 too, 116. Had a better start by 2 thousandths of a second, 028 to 030. Ran farther under the number. Jeremy McKegg and Stephanie Byer. 554 dial-in on the lane side. McKegg is going to get the win here. Steph turns it red by 2.5 tenths. 581 was 0. Jeremy McKegg goes 120 mile per hour. 556 for Stephanie. She's 2 over. At 556, 126 mile per hour for the 2017 Ford. Mike Toon, the 70 Duster on the lane side, 661 dial-in this time around. And Andy DiPiazza from the Windy City with that 97 Camaro, 545 dial-in into Mr. Gasket Lane. Great start here for Andrew. Got a big advantage over a nickel in reaction time. He's going to get the win. 5:47 after a 008 light. Goes 115 mile per hour as he was out of it at the finish line. 660 for 2, and he breaks out by a thou after a 60 light. Wasn't going to work alongside DiPiazza, who was in the double O's. Gary May, Jason Jensen, next pair. Gary's on the Mr. Gasket side, 690 dial in. Jensen's going to go with a 617 for the 65 Malibu in the Lane Automotive side of the racetrack. Gary May with a better start here. 400 to a second advantage, pays off the finish line. 690, he's dead on 9. 98 mile per hour for the Malibu wagon. Jensen, 615. Breaking out by 15 thousandths of a second at 111 mile per hour for the Malibu. Greg Collins, Mike Bloomfield Jr. Collins in that 72 Dodge, dialed 604. And Mike Bloomfield Jr., 662 dial in on the lane side. 69 Camaro from Fairfield, Ohio. Another 000 right. 662, 103 mile per hour. Bloomfield gets it done. Dead on 7. That's a 7 thousandths package. Collins breaks out by 18 thou, and I tell you, 000 lights are coming easy. Madness out there. I swear those drivers can hear the relays click when that Christmas tree fires. Kelly Smith, John Linneberry, next up. 582, 584. Almost heads up. Linneberry to Corral. Going to give the 2017 a head start. He gives him even more of a head start. Kelly's got the better light by 26 thou, and he's going to get the win. 585. 117 mile per hour for a 23 thousandths margin of victory. 583, John Linneberry at 117. Ed Beyer, Joe Hessling coming up next. Beyer in Mr. Gasket Lane, Beaver Creek, Ohio. That all-white Chevrolet Monza, 580 dial-in, runner-up to Linneberry last evening in the Door Car Gamblers. Hessling out of Toledo for Kearns Motorsports. 602 dial-in for the 94 Cavalier on the lane side. Beyer with a better light, Hessling with a better finish. 603 is one over at 117. He had a 30 light, takes a 4 thousandths finish line. Beyer runs 583, he had a 16 light, wasn't good enough. 114 mile an hour for the Monza. And Daryl Pollack in the Hornline Duster comes to the starting line alongside Al Hodder. Allen the Camaro with a 662 dial-in on the lane side, Bay City, Michigan. And Pollack out of Hemlock just outside of Saginaw with a 627 dial-in. Fire start, Daryl Pollack goes red by 8 thou. Alan Hodder moving on to round number 4. 105 mile per hour. There's 629, Daryl Pollack. At 109 into Mr. Gasket Lane. Eric Johnson. On Geekemia, Michigan, 66 Chevy 2. And Brandon Schmall from Lido Lakes, Minnesota. NHRA Summit National Champion for our Bracket Racing Series. 633 dial-in, Eric Johnson. 614 leaving last. Double for white for the champ. 635, 101 mile per hour. Brandon Schmall moving on. Sure why he's got that big number 1 on the window. 6:16, Eric Johnson, 112 mile per hour from the lane side in the Chevy 2. Attention to the pit area. We need round number 4, red and blue dragsters. 2 staging lanes. Red and silver. Let me look at my sheet again. Come on. All right, whatever. Red and silver. Bring your dragsters back up here. Red and silver. For that matter, the announcer says all of you can just come up here. How about that? I don't want to run out of cars. We got lots of things to do yet today. 019, 012 reaction time. Talmadge and that wheel standing. Vega's not going to get it done this time. Falk with 012, runs 5:12, 1 over with a 2. It's an 11,000th finish line. Talmadge, 6:08's 1 off at 113. Scotty Baddock, Tom Whitaker. 704 dial in for Baddock, Mr. Gasket Lane. Tom Whitaker, 540 from the 68 Camaro on the lane side. Oh, 11 and 015. Better start went to Baddock. Better finish went to Baddock. Scotty runs dead on with a 704 run. 16,000s package, 97 mile per hour for the Mustang. Tom Whitaker, 543. He's 3 off the number after an 015 light. Joe Bowman. He's back up here in the Roadster this time. 557 dial in on the lane side. Tom Reese, Painesville, Ohio. 548 dial in to Mr. Gasket Lane. Oh, 37 and 052. Joe with a slightly better reaction time. He's going to get the win by 6,000ths of a second. 560. It's 3 over at 120.
That's 2 over, but Joe had the better light. Got the whole shot, got the win. Moves on to round number 4. Round 4 of dragsters have been called to the staging lanes. Keep things rolling. Got lots of racing left to do today. Greg Samuel. Deal in Florida, 475 dial in on the lane side. Jason Lynch going to go with a 501. He'll be on the Mr. Gasket side. Lynch and Samuel off the mark. Lights in the 20s. 503, 141 mile per hour. Samuel getting the win with a 476 at 141. That's a 4,000ths finish line. So Greg moves on. Jason is gone. And Mike Nietzsche on the starting line, finally getting to exercise his bye that he's defended for 2 rounds in a row. 562 dial in for the mechanic out of Lansing, Michigan. Door Slammers Chassis Fabrication. The old 10 light here on Mikey's warm-up for round number 4. He runs 563, 129 miles per hour on the lane side, round number 4. Dragsters have been called to the staging lanes. Joe. All right, car number M514 is Bob Jennings. The Weather Bear Motorsports car, first pair. Joe Schmal with car number M514. That's the Fast and Furious 69 Plymouth Fury. You will be the ball run here for round number 4. The Fast and Furious 69 Fury, Joe Schmal. You'll be sitting on the ball run here in round number 4. So we call the door cars up. Down the staging lanes, carry up right pull aside, and you'll be sitting on the ball. Round number 4. Way to go, Joe. Last round. Trip zip perfect. In reaction time. Dead on 4. Fury was running on mean. Bob Jennings, Chris Ball, first pair. Round number 4. Ball, 476 dial in. Jennings.
492 dial in on the lane side for the Ontario, Canada. Finish first, dragster. Start, Bob Jennings goes right by a foul. Chris Band 007. 476 for the 7. 14 foul package, 145 mile per hour. Jennings 490. Under back here, under down there. By 11 foul on the racetrack. By a foul back here at the starting line. Again, final call. All dragsters, all colors. Should be the staging lanes here for round number 4. Randy Folk, Jay Class up next. Falk into Mr. Gasket lane. Class on the lane side, Random Lake, Wisconsin. 008 to 013, Folk. 489, 525, 8 thousandths margin of victory. Going to Class. He's dead on one with a 14 thousandths package there. He'll move on to round number 5. West May, Stephen McCrory. May in the Malibu Wagon, Mr. Gasket lane, 688 dial in. McCrory, 504 dial in on the lane side, Taylorsville, Georgia. Another great power reaction times, 5 foul apart. McCrory, 012, runs 504. It's dead on 138 mile per hour, 7 thousandths finish line. Puts together a 13 thousandths package. Man, a 200s package with a 007 light runs 1 over the 3 at 689. Ain't going to get it done, that pair. Chris Sullivan, Chad Branham. 481 dial in, Mr. Gasket lane for Sullivan. And Chad Branham on the lane side, 482 is the 2 Illinois racers. They're 100th of a second apart in their dial-ins. Chad Branham. 003 light, 486, 139. Chris gave him a little bit of extra room to work with. He had a 50 bulb. It's getting a little late in the day to make that play. He runs dead on 9, 481 at 143. But missed the tree. Brian Lampton, Jason Rich next up. 5 seconds flat for Lampton. Jason Rich, Kirkville, Tennessee, 479 dial in on the lane side. 004 to 015. Lampton 1 over. 5010. 137 mile per hour. That was a 13 10,000ths margin of victory in that pair. Rich was 2 over with a 004 late. Not quite enough. Jeremy McCormick and Kenny Underwood. Runner-up last evening to Camaro with a broken crankshaft. Sidelined him. Came up with this Evanston construction car. Hustler Racing Team entry. He's taken a liking to it quite well. He's in round number 4. Make that round number 5. Dead on with a 528 run, 129 to speed. Jeremy McCormick, 495's 2 over at 134. Tad Reese. I got it right that time. And Mia Tedesco matched up here. Tad on the lane side with a 509 dial in again this round. 479 dial in, Mia Tedesco from Pennsylvania into Mr. Gasket lane. 009 and 026 in reaction time. Mia with a win. 479, she's dead on one. That's 100th of a second package there. 141 mile per hour. Tad was dead on 8. 509. Had a 26 late. Couldn't get it done in that pair. Mia was too much for that 009 reaction time. Both drivers going dead on. Josh Clare and Gary Williams. Lane side of the 468 dial-in. Clare with a 489 dial-in from South Beloit, Illinois. Mr. Gasket Lane. All right, as Gary and Josh get set to go at this time, I want to put the call out. All door cars, all colors. All door cars, all colors. They're still in for round number 4. Bring them back up to the lanes. Put them in lanes 3 and 4. 010, 014. Clare, Williams. 490. Josh is 1 over for the win. 145 mile per hour. Gary 3 off at 471. He goes 129, taking a parking spot. Letting Josh take it. Wasn't the right thing to do that time. Buddy Farrell, A.J. Kasanka. 491 dial-in for Buddy. Brighton, Tennessee transmission builder. A.J. Kasanka, 485 dial-in on the lane side. .491, 139 mile per hour for Buddy Farrell after a 001 light. Kasanka's 014, 484 with a 7 breaking out. By 0.03 of a second, he goes 142 mile per hour. Right, again, all door cars, all cars have been called back to the staging lanes. We still have a bunch of entries available for our high rollers gamblers. $500 to win, or $500 to enter. It pays the most money. We got like 12 or 13 spots, 11 or 12 spots remaining there. Got a spot or 2 left in the door car only gamblers. And 8 spots remain for the over 50 race. Gamblers race is taking place here later on this evening. Same format as last night. 023, Jeff Burns, Karsten Bloom, 015. 530 at 126 mile per hour. Takes the 3,000s finish line there. And Joshua Morgan and Mark Kelly come up. You got all door cars, all cars. Bring them to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 4 competition. All door cars. All cars, bring them back to lanes 3 and 4. Joshua Morgan, Mark Kelly, next pair on the starting line. 475 dial-in on the Mr. Gasket side. And Mark Kelly with 484 dial-in on the lane side. They're 013 and 014. Kelly's going to get the win. He was dead on 4, and that's a 17,000s package, 143 mile per hour. Joshua breaks out by 2,000s of a second, 474. Hit 144 mile per hour. Craig Ralou from Menominee, Wisconsin. Mr. Gasket Lane, 465 dial-in. Bill Smith, 498 on the lane side. Triple zero light, Greg Ralou, 004, Jeff Ledford, 466. Wind light on for Greg, 147 mile per hour, 499 for Jeff, and 138. Mike Bloomfield, 465 dial-in, Mr. Gasket Lane. And Richard Coach at 479 dial in on the lane side. Oh, 12 and 018, Bluefield coaching. 480, 146 mile per hour, 467 Mike Bradfield. He's 2 over after an 018 late, and Richard moves on to the next round. Winner of Mid Michigan Motorplex regulars going on to round number 5, and Jason Falk and Richard Briscoe come up next. 484 dial in. Falk with 490 on the lane side. Double 05, 009. 492, Jason Falk takes a 13 thousandths margin of victory at 137 mile per hour. Briscoe was 009, he runs 485, 142 mile per hour into Mr. Gasket Lane. Dean Carnes, winner last night and Thursday's $10,000 to win main event. Blown car from Fairborn, Ohio. Dials 465. Ricky Atkins. 526 dial in. Ricky was a 95 champion of the 50K from Milan, Michigan. Lane side, 526 dial, leaving first. .528, 2 over Ricky Atkins, 129 mile per hour after 11 late. Carnes was 33 on a tree, runs 465 at 152. Joe Bowman, Mike Broomfield. Broomfield 010 at the tree, gets the win. 473 is 2 over, 142 mile per hour. Joe run off 493 at 130. Jeff Strickland, 476, lane side, Red Bay, Alabama racer, another past champ of the 50K. And Randy Shearer Jr., 478 dial in, 200ths of a second apart. He's in the Mr. Gasket side of the Bear Motorsports crew. Again, all door cars, all cars should be making their way back to the staging lanes, or they should already be there. Leading their way through round number 4 rather quickly here. So we got a lot of racing activity left to go here. After our $10,000 main event, we got 3 gamblers races. Now Huntsville Engine Performance, run for the engine. .478 for the win there, Lane Automotive side, 477.9. Shearer breaks out. Greg Samuel, 476. Mr. Gasket side. David Doyle, styles 501 for the Toledo, Ohio-based dragster. Over here on the lane side. Foul start, David Doyle, 6,000's red, and he goes down 3. 501 at 132, but it doesn't matter. Greg Samuels, 024. Breaks out by 16 thousandths in the 8th mile at a 474 run, 149. And Nick Folk and John LeBourse Jr. come up next. Again, all door cars, all colors should be in the staging lanes for this round number 4. We need 3 more takers for our door car only race. 3 more cars to get 16 for the door car race. We need 1 more entry for the over 50 race. There's got to be one of you out there. Over 50 gamblers, we need 1 more driver. And in the end, we have... we won't go there. We need 9 more entries for the high rollers gamblers. 9 more entries. 9 more entries for the high rollers gamblers. We can do it. We won't be running until after the main event. John LeBourse, 008, 480, and 5. That's a 13,000s package on that run. 17,000s finish line. Over Nick Folks, 482. It's 1 over at 135. Mia Modesto out of Pennsylvania on the Mr. Gasket side, 492 dialing. And Chris Wallen on the lane side with a 524 dial. Mia Modesto moving on to the next round. She was 23 off the mark. Wins it by 5 foul by going dead on 1. 492 to 141. 1, 525 is 1 off after a 12 light. Mia with a better package when you do the math. She'll be in round number 5. Jason Lynch, Austin, St. Dennis. Jason Lynch, Austin, St. Dennis. St. Dennis 514 on the lane side. Jason Lynch with a 483 from the Mr. Gasket lane. Again, all door cars should be here. Oh, 17, 005. St. Dennis breaks out. Jason Lynch, 484. He's 1 over 135 mile per hour. And Austin St. Dennis, 513 with a 5. After a 005 reaction time, took a little bit too much stripe. Stephen McCrory, Mr. Gasket Lane, Mullis Chassis Dragster from Georgia. And Sean Parker, one of our Michigan racers, Kalamazoo. He's on the lane side, dial 507. Over 50 gamblers is full. We still need a handful of entries for our high rollers gamblers. $500. It's going to pay the most money. PR Fit Cabbage, head down to the office to see Mary Jo. Parker on the 004 light and a 508 run. Puts together a 16,000s package. 131 mile per hour, takes a 17 thousandths MOV. McCrory was 013. He goes 530 with a 0 on a 28 dial and another good race. Danny Nelson, that Pro Charger car, Mr. Gasket's side, 451. Bug McCarty on the lane side, 481 dial in for the 67 Camaro from Hazelhurst, Georgia. McCarty out there in his dragsters. I was reading the monitor, and he's out there in his roll this time. Doesn't matter what he's got now. He just broke out. 000 right there for Danny Nelson, the Pro Charger car. Runs 452. 1 over the 0 goes 154 mile per hour. And Travis Colangelo and Jason Rich come up in the next pair. American Race Cars Fabricator. He's in Mr. Gasket lane. That's Travis in the 467 dial in. Jason Rich, 472 is 500ths per second slower. His tree will fire a nickel before Travis's. There it goes. He had 6 thousandths of a second advantage that handicap, and on 11 late he gets the run dead on. 472.5, 144 mile per hour. 16 thousandths package as Colangelo breaks out by a thou, 466.9 at 149 mile per hour. Troy Williams Jr. and Bobby Johns next pair. Two Floridians is Gary Williams. Dials 513, Bobby Johns with a 496 dial in on the lane side. Again, we need a few more takers here to High Rollers Gamblers. Pays the most money. 4-car gamblers, we had a couple of spots left. Over 50 is full. 496, Bobby Johns was 007. He runs dead on 6 for a 13 thousandths package. 514, 1 over 2, Gary Williams after a 15 light. Not going to get it done. Sunoco Race Fuel Station, I believe, is still open. Racing gas and methanol available down there, as well as Mid Michigan Motorplex, trackside apparel, and NHRA souvenirs and special T-shirts that were delivered this week commemorating this 19th annual running the World Super Pro Challenge, here presented by Huntsville Engines and Sunoco Racing Gas. Concession stand remains open as well. All kinds of track food, good stuff to eat, cold stuff to drink. Got Pepsi products, water, Gatorade, and ice for the cooler. Here's Bill Yarchuk, Brian Falk. Brian's in the Mr. Gasket lane, 511 dial in, Durand, Illinois, that 67 Camaro Roadster. And Bill Yarchuk from Ontario, that Chevrolet Beretta on the lane side. Brian Falk is in control. Yarchuk had a reaction time. It started with a 2. That means he's going to get his time ticket. It starts with an L. 521, 115 mile per hour for Falk. He's a 10th over, but that's plenty safe. Still managed to take a 10th and a half to the stripe. Yarchuk was 2 off at 542 on the 40 dial in. And Jeremy McCagg and Mike Nitchie come up. Mm-hmm. 583, Jeremy McCagg, 117 mile per hour. Mike Nitchie 1 over, 563, had a 10 light. Just got beat up by a 0.0006 10 thousandths. Margin of victory there for Jamie. And we need round number 5. All colors, all dragsters to the staging lanes. Dragsters, all colors, to the staging lanes for round number 5 of competition. West May, Mike Bloomfield. Mike's on the lane side, 662 dial in. The 69 Camaro this time. And West May in the 82 Buick with a 694 dial in to Mr. Gaskin's side. Double 07 022. May's got the better start and he's got the win lane. 694, that's a 15 thousandths package. 97 mile per hour. Bloomfield's 1 over the 2 after an 022 light, goes 103 mile per hour. And Andy Schmall, John Nagy come up next. Schmall to Mr. Gaskin's side in this pair. 71 Vega, 650 dial and John Nagy in that 78 Camaro. It's one of our drivers that chopped a perfect light in the last round. 672 dial in from the lane side. Another great pair of leaves here. Schmall's 001. He's got the win. He's 1 over. That's 11 thousandths package in that one. 651, 102 mile per hour. Takes an 8 thousandths finish line. Another great race as Nagy runs dead on. 672 with an 8 after an 011 light. 19 thousandths package. On the trailer here in round number 4. Brandon Schmall, Joe Hessling. 630 dial in for Brandon. Summit National Champion. And Joe Hessling, Toledo, Ohio, in the 94 Cavalier from Kearns Motorsports. Dialed 602 on the lane side. Another good pair of launches with Hessling having the advantage. 006 gets the win with a 603. It's 1 over. 117 mile per hour, 27. 10 thousandths margin of victory there. 630, Schmall was dead on, but Joe was 006. To Brandon's 022. Had the better light, got the whole shot, got the win. Alan Hodder, Bay City, Michigan, at 88 Camaro on the lane side. 660 dial in this time. And Andrew DiPiazza, 97 Camaro from Chi-Town, down 544. .043 to .020 off the starting line. DiPiazza's got the better start and the better finish. 544 is dead on 2. He goes 131 mile per hour. Al Hodder was dead on 6. He went 6.60 at 107 miles per hour. About a half hour left on the Sunoco Race Field Station and Mid Michigan Motorplex trackside apparel. We are running low on the commemorative T-shirts for the 50K. So if you're interested in having one of the shirts commemorating this year's race, 19th annual edition, run down there and get yourself a T-shirt. Window closed at 7:30. Baddock, Bowman off the starting line. Scotty 703, Joe at 558. Baddock's going to get the win with the Mustang. 704, 97 mile per hour, 12 thousandths finish line gets it done. Joe Bowman is 019. He runs 1 over with a 7 at 559 at 119. Gary May, Mr. Gasket Lane. And Kelly Smith from White Cloud, Michigan on the lane side with the 27T, 584 dial-in. Getting set to go. May and Smith making their way down to the 8th mile mark. 692 after a 005 lane. Gary May moving on. 582.9. Kelly Smith breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second at 119. And our bye run for the round. With the odd number of cars, he's getting to use it. That's Joe Small, Minnesota racer in the 69 Plymouth Fury. Mr. Gasket Lane, 699 dial-in, goes down a number. And he'll make a single to move unopposed into the next round of competition. What's the big Mopar on the deck? Turns it loose, comes up with a 009 reaction time. 697, Schmall picking up a bit, goes 94 mile per hour on the 99 dial. So we see Joe back in round number 5. And all dragsters, all colors, should be in the staging lanes to start the 5th round of competition. Keep us rolling through this $10,000 main event here on Friday. Jerry Class, Greg Samuel. And they are one bulb apart handicap. Samuel, 475. Jerry Class, 525, will be leaving first. All right, again, I got one entry left. High Rose Gamblers. $500 to win. $500 to enter. I'm used to like pro bracket money. That's for sure. $5,000 to win. $500 to enter. Oh, good gracious. Jerry Class, Greg Samuel. We got one spot remaining in our High Rose Gamblers. $500 to enter, $5,000 to win. Pair of double lights here. Class and Samuels off the starting line. One light on Samuels as he is dead on 8. 475, 138 mile per hour with a 001 light. 9 thousandths package. 18 10 thousandths margin of victory. Class, dead on 3. 007. Gets tattooed to start round number 5 off. Stephen McCray, Josh Cryer. 489, 509. 0.2 of a second. Difference in their dial-ins. McCray will be leaving first. Cryer, 489, will be trying to track him down. Again, door cars have been calling lanes. Round number 5. All cars, door cars, 2 lanes. Final start, Josh Cryer turns it red by 23 thousandths of a second. McCray 019 and a 521 run. Easing out of the throttle before the stripe, only 111 mile per hour. Cryer does the same, only a 497. Backing out of it early. Kenny Underwood, runner-up here last evening. Looking to go some rounds and get some money back, aside from his runner-up post last evening, to pay for the blown-up engine in his 67 Camaro. Brian Lampton. Mr. Gasket side, 501 dial-in. The Carroll, Ohio-based entry. Underwood, better right. Going to Kenny by 100th of a second. Gets a double breakout win as he's starting to like that dragster. 528. 2,100, 129 mile per hour and a double breakout. Lampton under by 9 thou with a 5 flat at 135. Jason Rich, 472, lane side. And Greg Rue, 466, Mr. Gasket Lane. Six hundredths of a second different their dial-ins here. Rue will be leaving first. And now Rue does lead first. Or rather, Rich does lead first. Rue trips the red bar by 5 thousandths of a second. Then runs dead on 1. Rich dead on 8, 472 at 148 mile an hour for the win. Jason Lynch and Chad Bradham come up next. Round number 5, dragsters. On the racetrack right now. You're a $10,000 win. Friday main event. Lynch with a 483 dial-in. The Mr. Gasket side. Chad Bradham out of Illinois with a 481 dial on the lane side. All Another foul start as Jason Lynch turns it red by 0.03 of a second. Adams double 08 runs dead on with a 481. 12 thousandths package for him. 144 mile per hour. Lynch breaks out in addition to the red light by 7 thousandths of a second. He was 3 thou red here back at the start. Mia Tedesto and Mr. Gasket Lane. 492 dial at it. Jason Folk. On the lane side, 491 dial in. Folk, the last to stage. He's ready. Foul start again. This time, Jason Folk lights up the red bar by 11 thousandths of a second. He also breaks out with a 490 with a 6. Mia, 492 with a 3. She's dead on. After a 005 late, that was an 8 thousandths package, and she would have been tough anyway. It is falling out there. We haven't even gotten to the door cars yet. Round number 5 of competition taking place right now. And Buddy Farrell and Karsten Boom are on the starting line. 491 dial on Mr. Gasket Lane. And Karsten Boom with a 529 on the lane side. Again, final call for everything. If you're round number 5, you need to be in the lanes or you're late. 24 miles an hour, another red light start. These guys are going after it now. Again at a minus 1,000 red light. Buddy Farrell. Karsten was 008. Karsten was dead on 1. That's a 9 thousandths package. Buddy would have been needed to be on his game anyway. He runs 490 with a 4, breaking out on a 91 dial in after a 1 thousandths foul. Chris Bear. Mike Broomfield. 471 on the lane side. Broomfield of the Mink Motorsports car. And the Bear team. Bear Motorsports, Chris Bear, Northwood, Ohio, on the Mr. Gasket side. 476, they're 500ths apart. Chris will be leaving first. Broomfield off the mark. Chris with a better right and the win. 477 141 mile per hour. 472. Broomfield's 1 over at 146. Jeff Strickland, John LaBruce Jr., 2 past winners of the 50K. LaBruce with a 488 dial into Mr. Gasket Lane. Strickland, 477 on the lane side. '19 and 016. 477, Jeff Strickland's dead on. After a 16 green, 138 mile per hour. John LaBousse, 490, 2 over. And again, out of it at the stripe at only 132 mile per hour. Mark Kelly, Richard Kirchin. 44 dial in for the New Jersey racer. Kelly into Mr. Gasket Lane. And Richard Kirchin, he was our track champion here for Super Pro points in 2010. Fowlerville, Michigan on the lane side. 479, they're 500ths apart in their dial-ins. Kelly, a little late off the starting line. Richard had a better right. He's going to get it done with a 481 run. 143 mile per hour. Mark Kelly, 486, is 2 over. He goes 133. So Richard moves on. Kelly is gone. And Sean Parker and Ricky Atkins come up next. 528 dial in for Ricky. Mr. Gasket Lane. Sean Parker over here on the lane side. 507 dial. On both sides. There's no hole shot in this one. Double breakout though. Atkins 527's a thou under. Parker's 8 thou under. Ricky's closer. He's going to get the win. 527 at 128. Parker 506 at 135. Bobby Johns. Moser Engineering car on the lane side. Bradenton, Florida. 496 dial in. And Brian Falk with that fast Camaro Roadster, dialed 509 from the Mr. Gasket Lane. Great start again, identical reaction times, both 006, both break it out, 508, a thou under for Falk, that's closer, 495, 5 thou under Bobby Johns, and Brian Falk at 143 mile an hour is competition. Andy Schmall, Joe Hessling, next pair. 649 dial in for the 71 Vega. That's Andy, the Minnesota racer into Mr. Gasket Lane. Hessling on the lane side, Toledo, Ohio, and that 94 Cavalier for Kearns Motorsports, dialed 602. Andy Schmall, almost perfect. 002 is going to get the win with a dead-on 6 run. 8 thousandths package there. He goes 101 mile per hour with a 649. Hessling, 049 light, missed it on both ends of the track. 599 with a 2, breaks out by 21 thousandths of a second. Wes May, 694 dial in for the Buick Mindy. And Jeremy McCagg, Missouri racer, 582 dial in. That 04 Cavalier on the lane side. May had the better start with a 006 leave. Wind light on now for McCagg, 582 to 116. That is a 0.002 10 thousandths of a second MOV. May was 006. He runs 2 off with a 696 at 96 mile per hour, 97 mile per hour with the Buick. Very competitive racing out there. Baddock, that's Scotty, the Mustang. And DiPiazza, that's Andrew, the Camaro. He's from Chicago. He's in the Mr. Gasket Lane, 544 dial in. And Scotty Baddock on the lane side, dialed 703. Red light and good night, Andrew DiPiazza. 005 final. 701, Scotty Baddock's 2 under. He was 20 off the starting line, but he's going to get a win ticket into the next round. Joe Schmall at 69 Fury. It was our bad one last round. It was trip zip perfect a little bit earlier. Put together a 4 thousandths package. Dead on 4 with a perfect light. He's on the lane side this time. 697 dial-in, Gary May. With a 690 into Mr. Gasket lane to the 83 Malibu. Made small. Generally better start to Sport Fury. First time in the lane side, and I can recall all weekend so far. Puts it over there and runs dead on. 697.9, 93 mile per hour for the win. And Gary May, 694, 4 off the number at 91 for the Malibu. All right, final pair for round number 5, and at this time I want to put the car out for round number 6. All cars, all colors. It doesn't matter if you're in round number 6, bring them back up to the staging lanes. One more pair to be determined. And they're on the starting line right now, backing up after the burnout. Danny Nelson. Mr. Gasket side, he was sitting on the buy run. The chassis builder from Arkansas, that Brown Big Block Chevrolet, 451 dial-in. Aided by a Pro Charger. Mia Tedesco is in with 2 entries. We had to wait for Mia to get done. Get back to the pits. Golf cart it back up here to the staging lanes for their second car. Cars Protection Plus team out of Murraysville, Pennsylvania. 479 dial-in on the lane side. Mia will be leaving first. And she does. And she's got a little better right. One right on Danny Nelson, dead on, 451.6 and 154 mile per hour. Mia, 478, breaking out by 0.06 of a second and 144. So Danny Nelson defends that buy run, moves into the next round of competition. Mia Tedesco and Stephen McCrory. First pair round number 6. 17 cars remain. 492 dial-in from Mia on the Mr. Gasket lane. McCrory is going to go with a 509 dial-in on the lane side. Another good pair of green lights, as we've seen all day. 007-013, Modesto. Mia's moving on, 492. With a 2 after a 007 light, a 5,000ths margin of victory. McCrory was dead on 1, 013 off the mark. That's a 14,000ths package, and he got trumped. Chris Bear, Jason Rich. 474 dial-in for Chris and the Mr. Gasket side. Northwood, Ohio. Jason Rich on the lane side, dialed 472. The Tennessee racer, the quicker of the pair. Wow. A lot of flicker to the bottom bar for Bear before he kept it on solid. He comes up with a 12 right, and he is way better off the starting line. 476, takes a whole shot win there. 140 mile per hour as Jason Rich goes dead on. By 57. Last night's runner-up, Kenny Underwood, the Mr. Gasket lane, burning out over there with a Evans construction car. Hustler Racing Team. 528 dial-in. Mr. Gasket side, Jeff Strickland. Red Bay, Alabama on the lane side of the 477 dial-in. Get ready. Underwood with a little better weight. Zone 14 green, runs 5:28. That's dead on 729 mile per hour. And Jeff Strickland breaking out by 7 thousandths of a second with a 476. Chad Branham, Karsten Bloom, Mr. Gasket side. Chad with a 482 dial in. Karsten, 5:29 for the Maumee, Ohio racer. On the deck and there away. Branham was a little late. Carson's got the better start. He breaks out 483. Chad Branham won over 138. He was 44 on a tree. Carson was holding a couple of hun. Took a little bit too much straight and breaks out by 15 thou. Here's our next pair. Greg Samuel, Mr. Gasket Lane with a 475 dial in for the deal in Florida racer, FTI Transmissions. And Richard Kirchen, Fowlerville, Michigan on the lane side with his dragster. 2010 track champ for Super Pro right here at the Motorplex. 480 dial in, 500ths of a second apart. Richard will be leaving first from the lane side. .016, .023, Kirchen with a better reaction time. Samuel with a win. He's dead on 3 at 475, 143 mile per hour. Richard with a 479. Hit 146, breaking out by 100th of a second. Andy Schmall, Ricky Atkins, next pair. Schmall to Mr. Gasket Lane, 649 dial in for the 71 Vega from Minnesota. Ricky Atkins, 527 dial, lane side. His home-built dragster with the big box Chevrolet with the fuel injection. .005 and .013 reaction times. Ricky with a better start. Small with a better finish. 649. He's dead on 6. Goes 102 mile per hour after a 13 light. Ricky was .005. He breaks out by 9 thousandths at 128 mile per hour with a 526 one run. Brian Falk and Jimmy McKeag. Ryan's in the Mr. Gasket Lane with a 509 dial in. Jimmy McKeag, 582. Good lead for both drivers. 009 light for McKeag's got the advantage. And he'll win 582 with a 4 after a 009 light. That's a 13 thou package there. 117 mile per hour. 008 margin of victory. Falk, 509. He was dead on 4. Has 17 light. Pretty good, but not good enough. Scotty Baddock, an 85 Mustang on the lane side, Tecumseh, Michigan. Joe Schmall, 696 dial in on the lane side from Minnesota, that's 69 Fury. Start for Joe Schmall. He's been in the double O's here, including a perfect light the last 3 rounds, but this time turns it red by 4 thou. Baddock, 7 seconds flat at 98 mile per hour after an 18 green. And Danny Nelson, our ball run car. Odd number of cars, there are 17 left. He's going to get to use it. 451 dial in on the lane side. Danny's under the green light by 13th thou. He runs 456. 138 mile per hour lifted early. That normal 150 mile per hour pace in a low 450 range. We'll see him back. Round 7. Ding! In the high box. Crossbar, Mr. Gasket Lane, 474 dial-in for the Northwood, Ohio racer. And Danny Nelson, Batesville, Arkansas, 451 on the lane side. Nelson off the starting line, and Chris is almost perfect. Gets the win. 13,000s package. 475 on the 74 dial, and he was 003. Danny Nelson, 450 on the 51 dial, and breaking out by 8 thou. Skinny Underwood, Mr. Gasket Lane, 528 dial, in for last evening's runner-up in the main event. Chad Branham, 482 dial on the lane side for the Rockford, Illinois racer. $14,000's a partner reaction times. Kenny a little better. And he's a little better down there. 528, dead on 3, goes 129 mile per hour. Chad Branham breaking out, 481.4 on the 82 dial end. Scotty Baddock. And Greg Samuel. 699 dial in for Scotty in his Mustang on the Mr. Gasket side. Greg Samuel on the lane side, dial 473. Samuel on the deck there for a while. Baddock has a much better rate, almost perfect on the Mr. Gasket side. It's one over with an 8, 7 seconds flat after a 002 white's going to get the win. Scotty the Mustang moving on. And Andy Schmall, Jeremy McKegg come up next. 649 dial into Mr. Gasket Lane for the 71 Vega from Minnesota. And Jeremy McKegg. Chevrolet Cavalier Roadster dialed 582 from the lane side. Schmall out in front after an 010 lights, got the better start. Went light on, Jeremy McKegg, he was 016, 582, dead on 2. 116 mile per hour for an 18,000s package. A Small was 010 and breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second, 648 at 103. By running the round. Mia Tedesto, Murraysville, Pennsylvania. 1 and 2 entries she was running here today. That's an American Race Cars chassis. And she's down to 492 into Mr. Gasket lane. Solos into the next round. No 15 light from Mia. Out of the throttle before the stripe, 527 at 102. Chris Bear looking over his shoulder, Kenny Underwood. What's Chris do his burnout and back up to the starting line before Kenny even torches the tires in the water box. If he's got a plan, could be interesting. 474 for Bear into Mr. Gasket lane. Kenny with a 528. Bear, double O on the right, gets the win. 475's 1 over 142. That didn't work out the way Kenny planned it. 528 after a 33 light, he goes 129 mile per hour at the stripe. There's Mia Tedesto, Jeremy McKeag. Cavalier Roadster on the lane side, Chamois, Missouri. Modesto out of Pennsylvania, 492 dial in. Jeremy, 9/10 of a second handicap going to the Cavalier with a 582. Jeremy McKeag, tattoos. Me on the starting line, 007, gets the win with a dead-on run, 582. With a 5, 115, he was 007 green. Mia missed it with a 48 light, runs 490 with a 6 at 139, breaking out. Scotty Baddock, Mr. Gasket lane, 699 dial in. 85 Mustang. Into the semifinals. Double weight light for Scotty Baddock. Out of the throttle, 715, 182 mile per hour rather. Making rather broad assumptions there. Scotty moves on. And the two door cars will face off with one another, and Scotty will give up lane choice by 1,000, 008, 007 to McKeag and the Cavalier. Chris Bear's on the bye run to the final. Semifinal round, main event. Chris Bear the bye, Scotty Baddock. Jeremy McKeag duking it out. Baddock with a Mustang, Mr. Gasket lane. It's our semifinal round of our $10,000 win main event here on Friday, day number 2. $699 dial in for Baddock, 582. Jeremy McKeag and the Cavalier Roadster. Good start for both drivers. 011, 014 off the mark. Win light on. Jeremy McKeag as he runs dead on with an 8. 582. 114. 12 thousandths finish line there. Baddock 1 over. 7 seconds flat at 97. And Jeremy McKeag will be in the final round, riding into that dead-on run with the 0:11 reaction time to face off the Bear Motorsports car. Down to Mr. Gasket Lane on his single, 475 dialing. Not quite sure why he turned the nitrous on his single here, but we'll see what his intentions are. Does a quick purge, he'll roll in like the pre-stage beam. Oh, 13 green and a 474. 3 thou under that 475 dial in. Chris Bear. And Jeremy McKeag, Chevy, Missouri, based 04 Cavalier Roadster. He's on the lane side. He's going to go with a 582 dial. Matches what he ran here in the semis. Chris Bear, 475 dial last round, ran 474.7. That is his number. Mr. Gasket scoreboard here in the final for $10,000. McKeag and the Cavalier leaving first. Bear is going to try to run him down before the 8th mile mark, or at least by the 8th mile mark. Final round, day number 2. They're ready. Chris Bear by a foul. He goes red. McKeag, 601 out of the throttle before the stripe, 94 mile per hour. Chris Bear goes red by 1,000th of a second and then runs 474.2, dead on at 145. Jeremy McKeag was double 09 off the starting line. He'd have been tough.